weeks, if not months, of observation, speculation, and tabulation, the playoffs in high school football are finally here. We're at the point where all of the computer points have been added, all of the teams that are in. Who's matching up with who is about to get underway within the next half hour or so, and we are ready to go and take you through the entire evening all the way until 11 o'clock. Welcome to Friday Night Huddle. I'm Dave Scozen. Dave Bacon will be in our midst this week, but he is not physically here. He's out at a game, and we'll be looking in on three, in fact, matchups that Time Warner Cable Sports Channel has coverage of live tonight. But as always, we're joined by Chris Fedor and Dan Lobby with cleveland.com. And gentlemen, we cover all these games over here. And it's always, well, who's going to get in and who's not? But now it's here. And what is the difference in just being around high school football once you get to the playoffs?
I think it comes down to, we talk so much about teams getting tested, right? Throughout the regular season, teams passing tests and trying to figure out who's good and who isn't and all of that. I think now you start getting the real answers, right? I mean, you either win tonight or tomorrow, or you lose tonight or tomorrow. And that kind of sums up your season. For a handful of teams, obviously a bunch are gone now. We're down to just the teams that made the playoffs. This is where we figure out, okay, how good are you really? Because now it's win or go home.
Yeah, I think Dan's absolutely right. Throughout the regular season, different coaches use the regular season to answer questions. Okay, what do we have at quarterback? What do we have at running back? Where are the strides that we have to make defensively and offensively? And all those questions, you better have answers to those going into tonight. And the teams that have the most answers to those questions, the teams that still aren't finding themselves, they have an established identity, they know how they have to win games. Those teams are the ones that in this time of year, they're going to have the most success. They're going to have the most confidence going into games.
And it is so interesting because there are so many teams where making the playoffs in itself is the victory and the highlight of not only the school, but perhaps a player's entire career. And now we get to see as the schedule and the number of teams left gets whittled on down. There are quite a few games that we are going to be following and tracking with our reporters from cleveland.com involved. And aside from that, a host of games that we always look at and really focus on whether we think they could be upsets based on the seeding or just intriguing matchups to take a look at.
There always are. Yeah. No question about it. And just look at last year, if you talk about round one, you talk about round two, whatever the case may be, some of these are rematches that we're seeing, Dave. Some of these are rematches from regular season, and I think that's one of the things that makes some of these matchups that we have tonight that you're going to go over here so compelling.
And for example, the top matchup, you mentioned a rematch. Copley and Hudson last year faced each other in the playoffs, a lopsided victory for the Explorers in that one. And a couple of teams that have come down different roads. Copley, frankly, I don't know how strong they look down the stretch this year. Hudson knocked off Stowe, and that was their only loss. So, I mean, a couple of teams perhaps headed in different directions there.
Yeah, and Hudson's a team that plays three quarterbacks, and it's a really interesting story because I don't know that a lot of people, I don't know what, you always expect Hudson to be good. Right. Sometimes you see things like playing three quarterbacks like, I don't know what they're going to be able to do, but here they are.
And you have to look at Copley, no question about it. We talk about dual threat quarterback Austin Brenner. He's somebody who can make plays through the air and with his legs, and that makes any team dangerous in a high school football playoff setting. And then you've got a Michigan State recruit, you've got a Division I talent, a guy who has the ability in the postseason in a one-and-done scenario to win a game all by himself in Bridges. So when you have that kind of talent out there, you're going to have a chance in this particular setting.
And Tim Bielik with cleveland.com, in fact, is in Hudson for that matchup between the Explorers and Copley. And let's check in with Tim right now.
This is Tim Bielik of cleveland.com and the Friday Night Huddle, welcoming you to the opening night of the playoffs. I'm here tonight at Hudson Memorial Stadium as we get Division II action underway in Region 5. It's number 4 Hudson hosting number 5 Copley, a matchup of 8-2 teams who met in the playoffs a year ago, with Hudson winning on the way to a state semifinal appearance. Looking a little deeper in this matchup for Copley, it's all about that senior running back, Weston Bridges, Any game could be his last game on his way to Michigan State at the end of the season. He forms a very talented tandem with senior quarterback Austin Brunner. For the Explorers, they rotate multiple quarterbacks into the game, including senior Jackson Parker. But whoever is taking snaps under center, you can bet we're going to get plenty of doses of Kevin Callahan on the ground, as well as Greg Malley through the air. Should be a very entertaining matchup between two teams on opposite divisions of the Suburban League. Make sure you follow me on Twitter at Bielik_Tim, as well as the hashtag Friday Huddle for updates and highlights throughout the game tonight.
Thank you once again, Tim Bielik. A look there at Copley and Hudson. One of the other games that was on the list of our featured matchups tonight was Avon and Avon Lake, and it's such an interesting, I mean, it's a rivalry. They usually play the second week of the season, but Avon, frankly, has owned the Shoremen over their last 4 meetings. They've outscored them along the lines of 147 to 31 in the last 4 games. But what do you see there as far as what could Avon Lake try to do to come out and put up a fight, frankly, against Avon?
I guess force turnovers, right? I mean, when you're trying to pull an upset, that's the first thing you look at is, can the underdog force some turnovers and maybe get Avon into some uncharacteristic mistakes? But Mike Elder and his Avon Eagles are just so unforgiving offensively every single year. And this year, especially, they've been rotating quarterbacks. It sounds like it's going to be Matt Kelly moving forward, the senior who played behind the quarterback they had last year who went to Cincinnati, Jake Sopko. So Avon can score. We know that. Avon Lake has kind of opened up their offense this year, so they can score a little bit too. I guess try and get this thing into a shootout and see what happens, right?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because if you talk about the first matchup, guys, between Avon and Avon Lake, it was so early on in the season, and I think Avon Lake was still trying to find themselves. This is a program that has not been to the playoffs since 2013. Here they are in the postseason. They've got a great combination of Mark Pappas, the quarterback, to Carson Toy. At the beginning of the season, they didn't know really what they had. They were still trying to answer questions. They were still trying to find themselves. This is a team that in the past has been run-oriented. Now they're switching over to more of a spread offense to hang with a team like Avon. So I'm curious to see how far Avon Lake has come since that initial meeting against Avon. The thing that I think, though, separates the Eagles from everybody else in Division II is it's not just their explosive offense. Everybody talks about that offense, and rightfully so. I mean, you're talking about a team that has scored 30 in the last 9, at least 30 in the last 9. But the defense as well, they have not allowed anyone to score 30 points this season. So if they're scoring that much and they're keeping their opponent under that number, it's been a really good combination for the Eagles.
And they play in a conference where teams score a ton of points too.
You're right.
So that's a big deal.
Well, cleveland.com's Matt Gould is in Avon for the Avon Lake matchup, and let's check in with Matt.
Coming from Avon, this is Matt Gould for cleveland.com and Friday Night Huddle with a Division II Region 6 quarterfinal between the top-seeded Avon Eagles with a 10-0 record and the Avon Lake Shoremen, who check in at 7-3, making it as the number 8 seed. Now, this is a Southwestern Conference rematch from their conference opener back in Week 2. Avon won that game 31-7. Looking at both these teams, a few things have changed since their last meeting. First, we'll start with Avon Lake. They still have quarterback Mark Pappas, one of the Lorain County's top passers this year. However, he will be without Hunter Bateman, one of his top 2 receivers this evening. He's out with an injury. Carson Toy is still available, his number 1 receiver, and so is Tyler Nelson, his 1,000-yard running back. Although they will be in for a challenge this evening against this Avon Lake defense, which includes 200 tackle guys in senior linebacker Eric Steinmetz and junior linebacker Kyle Kudla. Now looking at Avon, they're a little different from last time these two teams played as well. The Eagles have been going with a 2-quarterback system all year. However, Coach Mike Elder handed the keys to his senior Matt Kelly a few weeks ago, and he won't be splitting with Ryan Malloy from what I know. So they had been splitting all season, but that will change this evening. That's a wrap from this one. We'll be starting at 7:30, so follow along all night as I'll have Twitter video highlights and hopefully some stats at halftime if I can add them up quickly enough. I'm Matt Gould, signing off for now.
Thank you, Matt Gould, with a look at Avon and Avon Lake. One of the other matchups that will be kicking off in about 21 minutes or so is Massillon Jackson in Parma against St. Ignatius. Jackson in the playoffs for the first time since 2004. They haven't won a playoff game since 2001. St. Ignatius missed the playoffs last year, but it was, the second time in 22 years that they had been out.
Right.
So obviously programs coming from very different places, but what do you two see out of Jackson and St. Ignatius?
I think the other thing to look at here, guys, is how these teams are going into the postseason. We talk about that so much in football. Do you have momentum? Do you have confidence? Are you building towards something? Have you already played your best football, or maybe is your best football still to come? And we've got two teams in Jackson and St. Ignatius going into the playoffs in completely different ways. For St. Ignatius, they're coming on the heels of their first 9-win regular season since 2012. Their last 3 games combined, 103-28 against Moeller, St. Xavier, and St. Ed. Some power teams there mixed in. And then you talk about Jackson. They started the season 6-0. They lose to Canton McKinley, Canton Central Catholic, Hoover, 3 of their last 4 games losses. So 2 teams that look like are going in opposite directions here.
One of the quirks of the computer rankings here, really. Jackson gets the 5
Right.
seed, feeling all right about that, and who do they end up with? Maybe the best team in Region 1, or at least a team that can certainly stake a claim to maybe being the best team in Region 1. And it comes down to the offensive line, and Tim Budd said it from Jackson. You're probably not going to see a better front 6 in the state of Ohio. That's the defense. No one's really run on them, but their offensive line as well is fantastic. It's one of the best offensive lines in the state of Ohio.
It'll be interesting to watch how the Federal League teams from down in Stark County perform, because it's a league that I think that's been perceived as being down for a little while, but they've got quite a few entries in the playoffs this year, and Jackson being one of them. Bill Mayville of cleveland.com is covering the Jackson-St. Ignatius game, and let's check in right now with Bill.
Hey everyone, Bill Mayville from cleveland.com with a quick game preview of tonight's matchup in Division I, Region 1 playoff football. The 4th-seeded St. Ignatius Wildcats are hosting the 5th-seeded Massillon-Jackson Polar Bears. Massillon-Jackson comes into the game at 7-3. They started off the season 6-0 and stumbled in the Final Four, going 1-3. They lost in their regular season finale last week to Hoover, and that cost them a shot at the federal, or a share of the federal conference title. For St. Ignatius, it's been the other way around. St. Ignatius comes in riding a 6-game winning streak and finished the season with a big 34-7 win over rival St. Ed's. For Massillon-Jackson, the trick is going to be to try to contain St. Ignatius' offense. The Wildcats come into the game averaging 38 points per game, and on defense they've allowed only 80 points on the season, averaging 8 points per game allowed, and have 4 shutouts on the year. Massillon-Jackson, on the other hand, is averaging around 27.5 points per game for, and around 15 points per game against. So it should be an interesting matchup tonight in Division I, Region 1 playoff action. Follow us on Twitter for more information and game updates. Hashtag NEOVarsity and hashtag FNHuddle. Again, Bill.
That was Bill Mayville of cleveland.com taking a look at Massillon-Jackson against St. Ignatius, the 4-5 game in Division I, Region 1 tonight. Now, Division I, Region 1 includes Solon. They are the top seed. They lost at home to Stowe Monroe Falls, who was undefeated for the majority of the season. But we'll talk about this in a second after we check in with Jeff Sabo. They seem like, you mentioned, St. Ignatius could be the best team in that division and in that region, but Solon, I think, could present an interesting case. I'll be interested to hear from the two of you in a moment, but first let's hear from Jeff Sabo with Solon Education Television, a preview of Canton, Glen Oak, and Solon.
I'm Jeff Sabo here for the Friday Night Huddle. The road to Columbus begins tonight as the Glen Oak Golden Eagles roll into Inwood Road to take on the Solon Comets here tonight. Glen Oak, 6-4 overall during the regular season, 4-2 in the conference. They've been plagued by the injury bug throughout the season. However, in the backfield, Elijah Ladson, he has been a big force for them. He's averaging over 6 yards per carry. He's gotten in the end zone quite a bit, so keep an eye out for number 9 in the backfield for the Glen Oak Golden Eagles. On the other side of the football, this Solon Comets team coming off a huge victory over Medina 1 week ago to claim the Greater Cleveland Conference Championship. Thomas Wilkes in the backfield, setting a school record for 6 touchdowns in 1 game. The Solon defense is ready to step up as their trip road to Columbus begins tonight at 7:30 p.m. at Solon Stewart Field.
Once again, that's Jeff Sabo with the Solon Education Television, and you know, I've heard about that. I'm 15 minutes into this, and I was a big Chris Sabo fan. I may be just as much a Jeff Sabo fan based solely on the headgear. I really do like that. But we talked about a little bit before we heard from Jeff Sabo. Solon, the #1 seed in terms of the computer points in the region. I mean, they've done everything that you could have asked of them, with the exception, as we mentioned, of a 3-point home loss against Stowe. Where does Solon rank in relation to the St. Ignatiuses and maybe before last week the St. Ed's, and the perception of the private schools versus the public schools?
I mean, they've got to be right up there. They've got to be among, you know, I said St. Ignatius might be the best team in Region 1, but yeah, Solon could certainly make that claim as well. The only team they can't beat is Stowe.
Yeah.
And you go back to that game that they played earlier in the season, it was a game that could have gone either way. Stowe scored a late touchdown. Solon fumbled the ball on the ensuing drive. Stowe was able to win. So, I'm sure they want to get a rematch with Stowe. That's down the road. I believe that would happen in the regional final if it happened at all. But Solon certainly can stake their claim to that. They can run the football.
Right.
They can pass the football. Very balanced. You always know their defense is going to be good. You always know they're going to have good linebackers, and they have both of those things this season.
Yeah, I think the thing that separates Solon, and look, you don't luck your way into the #1 seed in the Division 1 Region 1. You just don't. So if you see a team that's #1 in that region, they have to get your attention, and they deserve your attention. And for Solon, the thing that stands out to me is they have shown this year that they can win a high-scoring game. If their defense just doesn't have it for one reason or another, and it's rare that their defense doesn't have it, but if it doesn't, they can go out and they can still win that game. Look at the regular season finale against Medina. They had to score 51 points to win that game because their defense uncharacteristically gave up 43. So can you win a high-scoring game? Yes. Can you win a low-scoring game because you can lean on your defense, your special teams? You can do the little things, keep the penalties down. Solon can do that as well. That kind of team in a playoff setting can be very, very dangerous, and they earned the #1 spot in Division 1 Region 1.
And what do you make of Canton Glen Oak? They lost to Jackson during Jackson's 6-0 start. They come back and they beat McKinley, which
Right.
obviously helped them get into the playoffs with just 6 wins. The Golden Eagles, I mean, they're a bit of an odd look to a team, but in Division 1, that's what it takes sometimes to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, they can't catch a break because they finally get their quarterback back.
Right.
They lost early in the year, Tate Rhodes. That allows them to move J.J. Oliveira, who was filling in for him, back to wide receiver, and then he gets hurt. So they're not going to have him this week, and he's one of their best receivers. So for Glen Oak, it's been all about just injuries and trying to overcome them. And I mean, this is about the worst time of the year when you've got Solon waiting for you. You got to go on the road to play him. The worst time of year to lose a guy like Oliveira on the outside.
And it's got to be frustrating for Glen Oak because they were doing enough to stay afloat with their backup quarterback. They were staying afloat long enough to get Tate Rhodes back. Then they finally have Tate Rhodes back. They win some big games against Canton McKinley, then Lake. They're leading 24-3 against Perry, and they allow 27 unanswered points. My question with Glen Oak is, how are they going to respond? How are they going to rebound after that tough loss at home to Perry when it looked like they were about to win the Federal League, when it looked like they were going to be higher than the 8 seed, and they squandered that opportunity last week? That can have a hangover effect that can affect you going into the postseason. And if you have one bad quarter in the postseason, especially against St. Ignatius, you're going to be down before you can even blink.
And we've mentioned Canton McKinley a couple of times already. They also have had one of those up and down types of seasons. Close loss early to Hoban, an impressive win at Hudson. Well, now they go to play Hudson's neighbor to the south, Stowe, who for a long time I think many of us thought could be the #1 seed in Division 1 Region 1. It did not play out that way, but they do get a home game against the Bulldogs, and cleveland.com's Ryan Isley is there.
Good evening from Stowe. I'm Ryan Isley for cleveland.com and Friday Night Huddle. Tonight I'm at Stowe Monroe Falls High School, where the Stowe Monroe Falls Bulldogs will face the Canton McKinley Bulldogs in round 1 of the OHSAA Division 1 Region 1 playoffs. Stowe, the #3 seed in the region, coming in at 9-1, while Canton McKinley, the 6th seed, comes in at 6-4. Stowe has won 3 games in a row after their only loss of the season, while Canton McKinley, after a 6-1 start, has lost 3 games in a row to end the regular season. The biggest struggle tonight for Canton McKinley is going to be on offense, an offense that has scored 20 points or less in each of its last 5 games, including a game where they had 2 points and a game where they had 7 points. They're going to face a Stowe defense that has given up 14 points or less 7 out of 10 times this season, including each of the last 3 weeks. Following their only loss of the year to Hudson, Stowe rattled off a shutout, and then gave up 7 points and 7 points in back-to-back games to end the regular season. Stay tuned to Friday Night Huddle, as I will have highlights and the players of the game as the night progresses.
Once again, thank you to Ryan Isley of cleveland.com, the report on Stowe. And Canton McKinley, we'll hear more from him as the night goes on. Again, Chris Fedor and Dan Lobby here on Friday Night Huddle. But Canton McKinley, are they similar at all to Glen Oak, if nothing more than the way their season has gone to this point?
That's interesting because, Glen Oak had their struggles, and now Canton McKinley is kind of going through their struggles right now, having lost 3 games in a row. Ryan mentioned it. They scored 20 or fewer points going all the way back to September 30th against Lake. That was a double overtime win. Then they beat Jackson. They scored 19, and then they lost their in a row, scored 2, 6, and 19. Yep. And Stowe is a team that has a very good defense. Dan Reardon talked about how Stowe can create pressure without blitzing. That's something that they're capable of doing. They don't have to bring extra guys. They can get their front 4 creating that pressure. They can protect their quarterback. They can run the football. It's a tough matchup for Canton McKinley, but I think this is probably Stowe's toughest game since that Solon game. So it'll be interesting to kind of see how they respond.
Yeah, and for Canton McKinley, Dan hit on it. You got to find some offense somewhere because when you're playing against Stowe, it's going to require scoring a lot of points. It's tough because the Bulldogs have such a feisty and stout defense. But for Canton McKinley, if they're going to win this one, they're going to have to use their athletes. They always think that they're going to have an advantage from the athleticism standpoint going into any game. It has not materialized in the last 3 games. So if they can't get that offense going early, it's going to be a long night for the Bulldogs because Stowe's going to score in bunches.
And Dan, funny you mentioned Dan Reardon, the head coach of the McKinley Bulldogs. We have one of our special student segments. Darian Burton, a student at Canton McKinley High School, had a chance to sit down with Dan Reardon, the head coach of the Bulldogs.
Well, this Friday night, it's the Battle of the Bulldogs as number 6 in our region, Canton McKinley, travels to number 3, Stowe Monroe Falls. You made a similar road trip in August in the second scrimmage of the preseason. Is there anything you picked up from the scrimmage that you use this Friday?
Yeah, I think you have a little more familiarity with their personnel, and both teams have evolved significantly since August, but they have a very, very good quarterback who's going to the University of Buffalo, really a talented passer. Their offensive line, I think, is as good as we faced. Their left tackle, Mike Miranda, is committed to Penn State and really, really a good offensive tackle, really good football player. So, you just have familiarity with the personnel more than anything.
Okay. Well, how do you keep the team focused this week following the tough, hard-fought loss to your rival this Saturday?
Well, it's playoffs now, and our kids understand, particularly the seniors, that if we make a mistake or if we don't play well, that it could lead to turning our equipment in on Monday. So we want to keep this season going as long as possible. And, in the playoffs, you have to play with a sense of urgency. It's just a higher stakes game than it is during the season.
All right. So with it being the playoffs, do you believe the regular season is in the past now and we're just focusing on later on, or is it?
Well, our approach when we talked to the kids about this yesterday is that we want to try to improve a little bit every single day. It doesn't matter if it's week 11, week 1, first scrimmage, it doesn't matter. Just every single day that we're on the field or in the weight room or any sort of film session, whatever, we just want to get better. And we're going to continue that. And if we do that every single day, we'll have a chance.
Some aspects of special teams have struggled recently. What, if anything, can be done to turn that around this game?
Well, we missed 2 kicks, and those obviously were big, but it's something that you just have to continue to practice, and our kids are working at it. And Sam, our kicker, he's a very talented kicker, but he's human, and he had a couple bad kicks, and he'll fix it.
McKinley High School student Darian Burton sitting down with Bulldogs head coach Dan Reardon. Of course, the rivalry game they're referring to was against Massillon last week, a victory for the Tigers. But McKinley, back to the issue at hand, playing at Stowe tonight. We alluded to it earlier. Stowe's only loss was at Hudson on a last-minute two-point conversion when it seemed like they had the game in hand. But, I mean, their resume includes Solon's only loss, the Bulldogs getting the victory there. But was that game against Hudson just an anomaly, or what do you really expect out of Stowe tonight?
It sure feels like that game was an outlier. Stowe's a team that all season long has built big leads. They've gotten running clocks on people, and they tend to not give those leads up. Well, they took on Hudson. Hudson was able to close, I believe it was a 17-point lead, went for 2. They were aggressive, and they were able to beat Stowe in that game. For the Bulldogs, it's interesting because now they've got a senior quarterback that they've kind of built that program around over the last few years, kind of that resurgence. This is his last chance. They came so close last year, lost to St. Edward, got blown out in the state semifinals. He's got some receivers he's been playing with since going way back to 6th, 7th grade. I mean, this is kind of their last run together. So it's going to be interesting to see how they respond in that situation.
At some point, you wonder if there's another Van Treese waiting or if there's another Gobble, because there are only so many. So when you have them, you have to take advantage. I agree with Dan. I think the interesting thing that I look at from teams is, okay, when you have one of those losses that seems uncharacteristic, how do you bounce back? And I know that Brecksville Broadview Heights is not the same caliber as some of the teams that Stowe is going to see in Division I. I get that. But to hold Brecksville Broadview Heights to 7 points 2 weeks after giving up what they did to Hudson late in the game, it showed that I think Stowe refocused, found their defense again, found their commitment level again, and holding that Brecksville Broadview Heights team to just 7 points is something that few teams have been able to do.
You guys both mentioned the Van Treeses and the Gobbles and the names that have come out of Stowe. Another school where we've started to know some of the names of late is Midview. The Middies had Logan Bolin up until last year. They still have Dustin Crum, who is committed to play football at Kent State. They are hosting Olmsted Falls in their first round matchup tonight, Division II, Region 6. And cleveland.com's Mike Fitzpatrick is at Midview.
October 7th, and it was Midview on the road coming away with a thrilling 28-21 win over the Bulldogs. Of course, Midview is led by their outstanding senior quarterback, Dustin Crum, who is the all-time leading passing leader in Lorain County history. He's thrown for 8,366 yards and 101 touchdowns. Olmsted Falls is led by their bruising senior fullback Spencer Linville, who this season rushed for 1,515 yards and 20 touchdowns. Olmsted Falls is the 6th seed, and Midview is the 3 seed. Should be a good one here from Grafton. Mike Fitzpatrick, cleveland.com report.
Thanks again, Mike Fitzpatrick of cleveland.com with that report. Olmsted Falls and Midview, and he mentioned Logan Bolin. He mentioned Dustin Crum.
Yep.
I mentioned Dustin Crum. I mean, the numbers that rolled in with Crum this year in various games and how many touchdowns and yards, not only passing but rushing, were astounding. What is your vibe on the Middies, though, aside from Crum? And obviously they don't put up the type of win-loss records that they have over the past few years, just relying on one or two players.
No, I think it is about Crum, though, Dave. I really do. And this is one of those situations where if you're Midview, how often are you going to have a talent like this walk into your program? And when you do have a talent like this, it's up to you to try and take advantage of it. And if you go back to last year, Midview gets into the playoffs. They lose in the second round against Glenville. So here they are again, the final shot for Dustin Crum. This is their opportunity to try and make that deep run with a guy this caliber. We're talking about the school record holder for touchdowns. When you have this kind of guy in your program, you have to take advantage. Olmsted Falls, Midview played earlier this year, very close game, came down to the very end, incomplete pass on 4th down from Olmsted Falls. So for Midview, it's all about this year. It's all about taking advantage of having a quarterback like Crum.
Yeah, but he does have some good weapons around him, too. Obviously, you had mentioned Logan Bolin, a guy who was an amazing receiver last year. He's gone, but we've seen Alec Four, the running back, 466 yards, 9 touchdowns. Connor Wolf has run the ball well for them as well. And then he's got Keith Johnson, 52 catches. Luke Hunt, who transferred him from Elyria, 27 catches, 21 catches for Alonzo Banks. In this offense, there's opportunities. If you can get open, they like to get guys in space, quick passes.
Yep.
beat your corner one-on-one. You can do some things when you get the ball in your hands, and Dustin Crum will find you if you get that matchup he likes or if you're open.
And on the other side, I think the Bulldogs have some confidence going into this matchup because of the way that they played Midview earlier on in the year. It was 28-21. Olmsted Falls had a chance at the very end. Felt like they were going to complete a pass with under 2 minutes to go. It was knocked away. It was deflected at the goal line. So for Olmsted Falls, even though they're 7-3, even though they go into the night as the quote-unquote underdog, playing a tough game against Midview earlier in the season probably gives them some confidence. They're not going to be as shook as maybe some other teams having to go up against a player the caliber of Crum.
Midview and Olmsted Falls, one of the many games we're keeping tabs on tonight. A few more games that we need to preview, and we will do that coming up next. Friday Night Huddle, we're here all the way through 11 o'clock to keep tabs on high school football playoff action throughout Ohio.
Before I decided to go back to Tri-C to become a nurse, I was a stay-at-home mom. Absolutely wanted to be a pediatric nurse. I love taking care of kids. If you're thinking about changing your career or changing your path, go to Cuyahoga Community College. I feel like I'm in a great place in my life. I have 3 great kids. I have a great job that I love. I could not have done it without Tri-C. My name's Diana Geary. I earned my nursing degree from Cuyahoga Community College.
Just as athletes need proper sleep for optimum performance, so do fans. To be your best, you need your rest on a properly fitted mattress from Mattress Warehouse. A good night's sleep on the right mattress prepares you for whatever the day throws at you. Visit Mattress Warehouse for a custom sleep assessment, and we'll help you find the right mattress for a great night's sleep and a productive day. Sleep like a champion, play like a champion with the perfect mattress from Mattress Warehouse.
Wednesday nights, more sports and Les Levine is live at 6. Then at 7, Access Crew SC. And at 7:30, High School Blitz Preview. It all starts Wednesday night at 6. Follow us on social media at TWC Sports OH. Across town and across the region, this is where fans belong. Time Warner Cable, Sports Channel.
The Emmy Award-winning High School Sports Insider features Ohio's best high school sports stories. For 17 years, the High School Sports Insider has been spotlighting role model students, outstanding athletes, and the Buckeye State's best teams. In-depth features from all sports, all school year long. For the best high school sports coverage, make sure you tune into the High School Sports Insider each and every week on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
As World Heavyweight Champion, Clevelander, and spokesman for Nature Stone, we'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the award, the floor.
Oh, it's Nature Stone.
Installed over concrete, Nature Stone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, Classic Teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action, get updates as they happen, on cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle.
Every week, from the locker room to the pitch and everywhere in between, Access Crew SC is your ultimate inside look at the black and gold. Join Marissa Contapelli, Dwight Burgess, and Neil Sika for unmatched coverage, in-depth analysis, and exclusive talks with the players and coaches. This is your club. This is your Access. Access Crew SC, Wednesdays at 7 on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Krista Defini here. I'm going to be sending in highlights of the Cuyahoga Heights Redskins marching band tonight. As you can see, they're behind me getting ready. The Heights' band is really unusual. They let kids join from 6th grade. And I know there's a 7th-year band member that's a senior this year. And 7 years may seem crazy to some people, but to others, it's a perfect melody.
Thank you to Krista Defini, our band correspondent tonight. Of course, she is a student at Independence High School. Independence unable to make the postseason, so right up the road, the next best thing, Cuyahoga Heights, and we'll be hearing various reports from Krista tonight. Now, Cuyahoga Heights is taking on Hillsdale. Where is Hillsdale? It's in Jeromesville. Where's Jeromesville? It's near Ashland. So it's a long bus ride, especially on a school bus, to come all the way up to Cuyahoga County. But Bryant Kaiser made a relatively shorter trip to Cuyahoga Heights, and he is with cleveland.com and checks in with a preview of Cuyahoga Heights and Hillsdale.
State playoff. The road to Columbus starts today. 224 teams are vying for 7 divisional titles. Today in Divisional 6 is the Falcons of Hillsdale taking on the Cuyahoga Heights Redskins, undefeated top seed in the Division 6. Brett Lawler, the quarterback for the Redskins, are having a phenomenal year, over 20 touchdowns. Lucas DiRazio, the running back, has also a phenomenal year, running the football, over 1,000 yards. What will happen today? The first round of the playoffs, the road to Columbus. Falcons, Redskins, right now.
Once again, Bryant Kaiser with cleveland.com. A look at Hillsdale and Cuyahoga Heights. I think maybe he and Krista Defini should collaborate in some fashion since she's there tonight covering the Cuyahoga Heights band. But, you know, Cuyahoga Heights pulled off perhaps one of the most impressive victories that we've seen in a while at Kirtland 2 weeks ago. The first team to shut out Kirtland in 6 years since a playoff game when Ursuline did it, and they did it in Kirtland. Tell us about Cuyahoga Heights. I mean, they're still a smaller school. Maybe they fly under the radar quite a bit, but what is it that has made this Redskins team so special?
I think until they beat Kirtland, they definitely flew under the radar because you look and say, okay, well, yeah, you've been good year in and year out, but you can't beat Kirtland, right? I think it's been since 2010 before that. Well, they come out, they shut out Kirtland, and you know that these two teams are thinking if they can take care of business, they're going to meet down the road. And Cuyahoga Heights is going to have to do it again, and they've shown that they can. And I think that's a big step for the Redskins.
Yeah, there's no question about it. And I think for Hillsdale coming into tonight, you got to wonder, okay, do we have enough offense against Cuyahoga Heights? Cuyahoga Heights 6 times have gotten to the 40s, whereas Hillsdale in the last 3-4 games going into the postseason, we talk about how are you going into the postseason, 13, 14, 19, 16. Going to have to score a lot more than that to make the bus ride about, hour and a half, 2 hours?
At least.
Worth it when you're playing against Cuyahoga Heights because they can score.
And Dave, you mentioned it earlier. For some teams, making the playoffs is really what matters for their season. And I think for Hillsdale, they were a team that started 4-0 last year, had a young team, missed the playoffs. This year they started 4-0 and they were able to finish and get to the playoffs. That's not to say that they don't want to get any farther than this, but I think they can look at this season already and say, you know, we've accomplished something.
Right.
Now they're kind of playing with house money at this point.
Looking ahead maybe a little bit. Cuyahoga Heights, the number 1 seed in Division 6, Region 21. Kirtland got the 3 seed, so they would match up 2 weeks from now if each of those teams were able to win both of their first 2 playoff games.
St. Thomas Aquinas is saying, hold on there, Dave, hold on, we're still here.
I think people were already talking about that potential rematch after the shutout in Week 9. So Cuyahoga Heights, an undefeated team. Another one of the area's unbeaten's Chardon. And they are hosting Bedford tonight. Nate Klein with cleveland.com is in Chardon.
Well, hey, what's going on? If it's not called Hilltopper Land, then maybe it should, right? I don't know. We'll see. What's going on? I'm Nate from cleveland.com with your updates tonight from the Division II Region 5 game between the 7-3 Bedford Bearcats against the Chardon Hilltoppers, who are undefeated at 10-0. So here's what you need to know tonight. Bedford's dropped 3 of their last 5 games in the regular season. Still have a spot in the playoffs, obviously, here. But one of the keys to those 3 games, 3 losses, have been all those turnovers. I talked to Coach Sean Williams from Bedford about this. And he just said if the team can avoid these turnovers, they have a shot to do well. And, they want to obviously try to make it to Week 12 in the playoffs here. As for Chardon, they've been doing really well running the football. And we're going to see if that keeps up tonight. Now, Tommy Beninati, who is very close to breaking the single-season rushing record here at Chardon, held by his own coach, is about 225 yards short. So if he can get that tonight, I'm sure he'll probably be a contender or a candidate for a Performer of the Week. But again, he'll need about 225 yards to break that. And also, even if he wants the Hilltoppers and the rest of his teammates to advance in the playoffs. So again, I'll be here tonight, Bedford versus Chardon. You can follow updates at Friday Night Huddle tonight, and you can follow me as well on Twitter for updates.
Nate Klein, thank you very much, with cleveland.com, following Bedford and Chardon. And, Sean Williams, head coach at Bedford, has had quite a bit of success, especially the last couple of years with the Bearcats. This year, they look more shaky. More shaky, whatever that term is. Would that be accurate to describe how the Bearcats look coming into the playoffs this season as opposed to the last couple of times that they've been in?
If they are shaky, the Bedford Bearcats Twitter account just tweeted out that Chardon has scored already.
Yeah.
So they have a 7-0 lead in that game. So they can't really afford to be much more shaky at this point. A lot of turnovers for Bedford in the last few weeks. That's been their problem. Their coach talked about it last week. You saw it on this show. Too many turnovers. You can't turn the ball over, especially against Chardon, because they are an unforgiving offense when they get the football.
Right, they turned it over constantly against Cleveland Heights, 4 interceptions, turned it over constantly against Lorraine. You just can't do that against playoff caliber opponents. You can do that against some of the other teams on the schedule early on in the season. Bedford's still able to overcome that. The other problem that the Bearcats are going to have is if you look up and down their schedule, they haven't played a single team that is similar to Chardon, and there aren't a lot of teams similar to Chardon. It's why Chardon is so difficult to beat, because that wing T offense, it takes so much preparation, it takes so much commitment, it takes so much discipline to try and slow that down. And when you only have 4 or 5 days to prepare for that kind of opponent, sometimes it's just not enough when you're not used to playing against that style.
And what about Chardon? The Hilltoppers, as we mentioned, are undefeated. They had a Canadian team on their schedule, which I think generally is viewed pretty favorably, trying to bring in some stronger competition from someplace else, a private school. But what is it about the Hilltoppers? I think you guys have already talked about it, but is there any reason to believe they couldn't make a deep run into the playoffs?
It seems like they're playing as well as they did a number of years ago when they made a really deep run and made a run at a state title. Chardon is, you mentioned it, Chris, they're disciplined. They understand how to run their offense. They trust their offense. And that can be difficult to do sometimes when you've got to run a very patient wing T style offense. So, I think Chardon is certainly equipped. They have a lot of guys that can run the football. It's not just one guy. It's a bunch of guys, and I think they're very well equipped to make a deep run.
I love Chardon because everybody knows what Chardon's trying to do, and yet nobody's able to stop it. And Chardon loves that about themselves. And head coach Mitch Hewitt even said it with us last week here on Friday Night Huddle. He said, everybody knows we want to run the football. We're not going to air it out. We had 6 touchdown passes all season long. Try and stop us. Chardon is the kind of team that says, you know what? We do what we do better than you do what you do. We're going to run the ball. Try and slow us down. And nobody can. And I think a big part of it is because Tommy Beninati, his brother, played at Chardon. He understands the system. He grew up learning the system. It's all that kind of stuff. Chemistry is something you can't teach.
And all of those things that you've talked about are perhaps one of the reasons that Chardon is in the Super 25 this week. And in weeks past, our very own Dave Bacon has a look at the Super 25 for the final time this season.
Some movement throughout this week's Super 25. Upper Arlington dropped 7 spots to number 25 after their 27-21 loss to Dublin Kaufman a week ago. Springfield at 7-3 moves into the Super 25 at number 24 after a 7-point win over Kettering Fairmont. They'll face Pickerington Central in the first round of the playoffs this week. Fairfield moves into the 23rd spot after a 42-0 shutout of Hamilton. Fairfield draws St. Xavier this week in Division I Region 4 playoff action. 8-2 Toledo Whitmer cracks the Super 25 at number 22 after a 41-7 win over Toledo St. John's Jesuit. Whitmer faces Medina in the first round of the playoffs this week. 9-1 Midview moves up 3 spots to number 21 after a 49-42 overtime thriller a week ago. The Middies face Olmsted Falls in the playoffs this week. Massillon Perry had a great 30-24 come-from-behind win over Glen Oak a week ago. The Panthers open the playoffs hosting Uniontown Lake tonight. Cincinnati Turpin moves up a spot to number 19 after their 30-14 win over Loveland. Turpin hosts Harrison in Week 1 of the playoffs. Chardon a perfect 10-0 after their 49-7 win over South. Checks in at number 18. The Hilltoppers have a playoff date with Bedford tonight. 8-2 Trotwood Madison falls 5 spots to 17 after their 17-6 loss to Wayne. No time for the Rams to worry about that. They face Wapakoneta in the first round of the playoffs this week. Dublin Kaufman, 8-2 on the year, moves up a spot to 16 after beating Upper Arlington. The Shamrocks face Hilliard-Davidson tonight in the first round of the playoffs. Speaking of Hilliard-Davidson, they continue to roll. They beat Westland 56-0 to improve to 8-2 on the year. The 15th-ranked Wildcats playing well as they get ready for Kaufman tonight. Hilliard-Bradley finished up the regular season by shutting out Delaware Hayes 31-0. Bradley faces Pickerington North tonight. Columbus St. Francis de Sales, perfect in the regular season, 10-0. The Stallions ranked 13th in the Super 25, play Sheridan in the first round of the playoffs this week. The Solon Comets move up a spot to number 12. Solon won a 51-43 battle with Medina to improve to 9-1 on the year. They host Glen Oak in a playoff matchup tonight. Stowe remains number 11 in our Super 25 after beating North Royalton 34-7. The 9-1 Bulldogs host Canton McKinley in a Division I Region 1 tussle tonight. Avon stays number 10 in the Super 25. The Eagles took care of Olmsted Falls 42-19. They'll face Avon Lake in the first round of the playoffs tonight. Pickerington Central stays at number 9 after beating Grove City 41-0. They'll face number 24 Springfield in the first round of the playoffs this week. Olentangy Liberty, 10-0 on the year, is the 8th-ranked team. Liberty will face Olentangy Orange in a first-round playoff match tonight. Toledo Central Catholic slips a spot to number 7 after a 35-34 win over Lima Senior a week ago. The Fighting Irish get Bay in the first round of the playoffs this week. Hoban finishes the regular season 9-1 after shutting out Benedictine 28-0. They face Warren Howland in the first round of the playoffs this week. St. Ed, 7-2 on the year, falls a couple of spots to number 5 after their 34-7 loss to St. Ignatius. The Eagles face Euclid in a battle in Division I Region 1 playoffs tonight. LaSalle checks in at number 4. They beat Elder 24-10 last week to finish up the regular season. They get Edgewood in the first round of the playoffs tonight. St. Ignatius climbs 5 spots to number 3. The Wildcats improved to 9-1 on the year with an impressive 27-point win over their arch-rival St. Ed's last week. The Cats play Jackson in the playoffs tonight. Wayne, 9-0-1, holds down the number 2 spot with their win over Trotwood Madison a week ago. The Warriors are getting ready for their playoff battle with Lancaster tonight. And Cincinnati Coleraine stays the number 1 team in our Super 25. The Cardinals improved to 10-0 with a 48-20 win over Cincinnati Oak Hills a week ago. No time to celebrate. Coleraine opens the state playoffs against Springboro tonight.
Thanks again to Dave Bacon with the look at the final Super 25 of 2016. Rankings of all Ohio high school football teams from across the state. And we had been talking about Bedford hosting Chardon in the first round playoff matchup that is underway. Let's take a look at some of the action that has transpired already, and we were already tipped off to that by our very own Dan Lobby, but Chardon setting up here at the 6-yard line against
I bet
the
Chardon
Bearcats.
scores. Who wants in on it?
Spoiler alert, spoiler alert. Can you guess who it is? Tommy Beninati, 6-yard touchdown run. Chardon in front, 7-0, obviously, in the first quarter. And any surprise at all? I mean, do we just expect that number to tick up and up and up, or are we underestimating the Bearcats if we say that?
I mean, if they can protect the football, they can certainly try and score with Chardon, but it's going to be a matter of protecting the football. And based on what we've seen over the last few weeks, I don't know that you could look at that team and say, okay, they're not going to turn it over. I think Chardon has a chance to maybe put this game away early.
Right.
Bedford, if we get to halftime and it's a close game, well, yeah, Bedford's got a shot, but I think Chardon has a chance to kind of run away with this thing.
Look, I think there are two things here. Number one, Bedford has trailed in the past, and they've come from behind and either made a close game of it or they've come all the way back to win. That's number one. Number two, at the same time, Chardon has scored 40 or more in 9 games so far this year. So to answer your question, Dave, do we expect to see that scoreboard tick up and up and up and up? Yes, because that's what Chardon has done all season long, and I find it hard to believe that all of a sudden that's just going to stop, because I think their offense is very, very machine-like.
All right, we have a live look in, courtesy of Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, the home of the OHSAA playoffs and championships. Dublin Kaufman tonight hosting Hilliard-Davidson. Let's check in with that game. Obviously, Kaufman getting close to the goal line there, down to the 1-yard line. Scoreless game in the first quarter. Division I, Region 3.
Davidson can be a very difficult team to play.
Yeah.
One of those teams that likes to run the football a lot, has a little bit of a tricky offense to keep up with.
Kaufman again with a 1st and goal here. And evidently on their first possession of the game, looks like a handoff that's going to come up short. A 4-5 matchup. If Hilliard-Davidson is able to win, is that really any kind of an upset in this situation?
No, but I think if you're looking for upsets, obviously the thing that you look for is, have these teams played already? So they know what's coming, they know what to expect. We talked about the Bedford-Chardon game, and one of the reasons why that's so difficult for Bedford is because they don't know what to expect. You can think you know what Chardon is going to do, but you have to see it up close. These two teams have already played each other. It was a few weeks ago, and Dublin Kaufman only lost by 1, 7-6. So the fact that they've seen Hilliard-Davidson, it's a tricky offense. It's going to give the Shamrocks a little bit of an edge here tonight.
How about that defense, too? I mean, that was 2 straight runs trying to get in the end zone and stuffed them, no gain. So
I think you can see why the previous matchup was 7-6, right, Dan?
And we'll see what happens here on 3rd and goal. Quick, short touchdown pass, Stoneburn with the touchdown reception from Hodgson. So Dublin Kaufman up 6-0 pending the extra point here over Hilliard-Davidson. Again, the live look in from Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, the home of the OHSAA playoffs and championships. And they did, in fact, come away with the extra point. So it's 7-0 in the first quarter. The winner there takes on the winner of Lancaster and Huber Heights Wayne, which of course was the state runner-up last year to St. Ed's.
Wayne's one of those teams, not a lot of people talking about Wayne. When it comes to Division I, guys, a lot of people talking about Solon, a lot of people talking about St. Ignatius. Of course, they're talking about Coleraine. They're talking about the other teams from Cincinnati. Not a lot of conversation here going on when it comes to Huber Heights Wayne, the state runners-up from last year, Dan.
Yeah, and I think it's easy sometimes to get focused on certain regions. We've talked so much about Region 1, and obviously, we follow Northeast Ohio football very closely, so it's easy to get caught up in kind of those bigger names, St. Ed, St. Ignatius, and Solon this year. And so it's easy to get caught up in that stuff, but look, Wayne will get themselves into the conversation if they win a few games here in the next few weeks.
I think one of the reasons why it is, though, to answer my own question about Wayne, their biggest win on the schedule, they're Division I, Region 3. Their biggest win on the schedule is against Trotwood Madison to this point, and Trotwood Madison is Division 3. So is it a signature win? Yes, because Madison's a playoff team, 8-2 on the year, but it's Division I against Division 3, so it's a little bit different there.
We always love it when Chris Fedor can play the role of interviewer
exactly
and
right.
interviewee
Dual
simultaneously.
Threat.
Yes,
Like Dustin Crum, dual threat.
That's how we'll
just take a break. You go ahead.
Interesting also that Wayne has a tie Their very first game of the season, they had a team come in from Pennsylvania. Lightning stopped the game. They were even at 21, and so the OHSAA gave them half of the points that they would have gotten in the computer point system for getting a victory. One other undefeated team is Perry, and they are hosting Holy Name in Division IV, and cleveland.com's Mike Patika is at Perry High School with a report on that.
On the 7. Hello?
Oh yes. So I guess Mike,
Yeah,
you're actually
thanks, guys.
live with us right now. I didn't quite realize that, but again, Perry hosting Holy Name. How do things stand right now?
7-7 early in the second quarter. The story of this game is that Holy Name is without its quarterback Joe Carter, who broke a leg unfortunately last week. Running back Jack Stolar is lined up at quarterback. They haven't thrown a pass yet. They did, though, go 88 yards on 11 running plays for a 7-0 lead on a 21-yard run by Nick Jablonski. Perry, moments later, recovered a Holy Name fumble at the Green Wave 25 and took advantage when Jacob Allen ran an end around for 10 yards and touchdown. So we're 7-7, 10:40 left in the second quarter.
All right, thank you very much, Mike Patika with cleveland.com. A report, as he just said, 7-7 Holy Name and Perry tied in the second quarter. And again, that's a matchup in Division IV, Region 13, the 1 seed versus the 8 seed. Perry is 10-0. Gentlemen, we haven't talked about Perry to this point, but they beat one of their rivals, and obviously they've beaten everybody, but looking at their resume, Madison, Wycliffe, who had a good team this year. Thoughts on Perry and what to expect out of them in the playoffs?
Well, their head coach, Matt Rosati, I read an article where he said one of the first things he did was he looked at the graduation list from last year, and he said Shaquille Seymour graduating from Holy Name was a big deal because he's one of the big reasons that Holy Name was able to beat them in the playoffs last season, 50-43. So they're playing a very different team without him. Of course, as Mike mentioned, Joe Carter is out with that broken leg, and he was so good for Holy Name. But for Perry, first undefeated season in a long time, since 1953. Again, Chris, I feel a team like not a lot of people are talking about them.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Dan. And for Perry, look, when you go 10-0, you would think that they would get more recognition. But I would say that if you come into this postseason and you think about Division IV, no matter what region it is, you have to include Perry as one of the favorites to make a deep postseason run here. And last year didn't go the way that they wanted it to go in the postseason. They lost to Holy Name. You know that they're going to have some revenge on their mind coming into tonight's game. It's tough for the Green Wave to be without their starting quarterback. So signs point to Perry here tonight, and signs point to Perry all season long of a team capable of making a deep postseason run. I would say that they're one of the favorites in Division IV.
And one of the interesting things, we'll get to talking about that region as a whole, because there are a couple of intriguing teams that are involved there. But Matt Gould has an update for us. For Avon and Avon Lake? No, he does not. I can give you that update in a second. Bill Mayville is at Jackson and St. Ignatius, and he joins us right now. Bill Mayville of cleveland.com. Welcome to Friday Night Huddle. And what do things look like right now at Byers Field?
Hey guys, we've reached the end of the first quarter here, and St. Ignatius has finally gotten the offense moving a little bit. 7-0 Wildcats, and they're on the move now. They've got 1st and 10 on the Jackson 30 to start the second quarter.
Jackson's head coach, Bill, said that nobody's been able to run against St. Ignatius all season long because they've got one of the best fronts in Northeast Ohio. Is Jackson trying to air it out tonight, or are they trying to test that front of St. Ignatius?
They've really been trying to throw the ball. They had some success doing that on their first drive. They managed to get down inside St. Ignatius territory, but their possession ended on an interception on 4th down pretty deep in Wildcat territory. So they're definitely trying to go to the air, and they've had mixed success with it. When they've had success, they've given the quarterback a chance to throw the ball, but when they haven't, it's been much more erratic.
Bill, when we talk about St. Ignatius, we talk about that offensive line. So has Jackson been able to bring any pressure on the quarterback? How have they handled St. Ignatius' running game and that offensive line in general?
It took St. Ignatius a couple of possessions to get things going, but that was more a couple of self-inflicted wounds by St. Ignatius. A couple penalties pushed them back into long down in distance and caused them to really kind of have to air it out a little bit to get the ball moving. The last couple of possessions, they've gotten the ball closer to midfield, and they've really been on the move. So it's once they got going a little bit, Babinski's really been finding some room to run.
All right, Bill Mayville of cleveland.com, the update on St. Ignatius and Massillon Jackson. St. Ignatius with a 7-0 lead in the second quarter. We'll hear from Bill again, obviously, throughout the evening. Avon and Avon Lake. We teased that. We teased that one. Avon, we documented it before. In their last 4 meetings, all during the regular season, has outscored the Shoremen by a score of 147-31. They've been rolling up opponents for the majority of this season. However, let's take a look, or hear from, or just talk about Avon Lake. Here they are. They have the ball in the red zone in Avon. And we have a little swing pass from about 10 yards out, and it's into the end zone, so that makes it 7-0 Avon Lake with the early lead on Avon. Still in the first quarter in that one.
And then something that we talked about throughout the regular season is, okay, for a team like Avon or a team like Chardon, all right, so they get tested nice and early. This is one where Coach Elder's like, okay, no more tests. It's not, okay, let's go down early and see how we respond and see if we're going to be ready for the postseason. This is a situation that Avon is not used to being in. Another team scoring against them first, being behind in a particular game. So it's not that we're questioning whether they can come back or not, because they obviously have that capability, but it shows that Avon Lake was able to learn some things from the first matchup against Avon, and it also shows that Avon Lake has the kind of offense with a little swing pass right there to be able to put up some points against Avon, and that's what it's going to take against the Eagles.
Yeah, what you don't want to do is have to chase Avon. You don't want to trail them early in the game. You don't want to be down 14-0, 17-0, and have to try and keep up with that offense, because we know Mike Elder isn't going to let up on the gas. When he gets that lead, he's going to keep going. That pace is going to stay fast. He's going to keep throwing the ball down the field. So for Avon Lake to come out, get on the board early, say, hey, we're here. That game we played earlier in the season, forget it. It's in the past. We've got the lead now. That's exactly where Avon Lake wants to be.
And the other thing that we said is, okay, for teams that are in the postseason for the first time in a little bit of a while, so Avon Lake hasn't been there in the postseason since 2013. Are they just going to be happy because they're there, they're in the postseason, they reached one of their goals? Or are they going to feel like, you know what, we're in the playoffs, we belong here in the playoffs, now let's make the most of this opportunity? An early score says that the Shoremen feel like they belong in the playoffs rather than just celebrate the fact that they're in.
So we have one unbeaten in Avon who is trailing 7-0. We have one unbeaten in Chardon who is leading 7-0. Let's check in on another unbeaten. Cuyahoga Heights hosting Hillsdale. Bryant Kaiser of cleveland.com is there. Bryant, how do things look in Cuyahoga Heights?
Like 7:40 to go in the second quarter. Kyle, the Redskins lead 10-0. Redskins just fumble the ball and give Hillsdale Falcons great field position, but Hillsdale have not get a chance to move the ball at all. So maybe this will give them some momentum.
Again, Brian
DeRazio had a 2-yard touchdown run for the Redskins. They had a 32-yard field goal by Schaefer, and that's basically been it. Now Hillsdale had the ball at the 32-yard line, and they try to get some momentum going.
All right. How has Cuyahoga Heights looked to this point, getting to the second quarter and only having the one touchdown? Obviously, they ground out their win against Kirtland. Is this typical for the Redskins?
Yeah, they're playing good, very, very good defense because Hillsdale have a receiver, and he's trying to break the school record. He's like 5 yards away from breaking the school record, and Hicks, but he's not be able to break away any tackles so far in this game. Cuyahoga Heights quarterback is just doing a pretty good job.
so far. Just,
Brian?
Just controlling the ball, just controlling the game until that fumble.
Brian, talking about that quarterback, you say he's been controlling the game. I mean, what has he been doing really well so far in this game?
What they doing? They option running back. They doing an option running, and he just picking his spots. He has this outstanding wide receiver, Drummond, Dylan Drummond. He's been catching the footballs so far, but he still has really. When they get into the red zone, they really have been playing some good defense, Hillsdale. And a pass is intercepted, and Kyle Kites is going the other way. So that momentum that Hillsdale Falcons had is taken away. You can't do that against Cuyahoga Heights, because they'll burn you.
How close is Cuyahoga Heights after that interception? Where are they on the field?
At the 35-yard line. They on 35-yard lines. Still up 10-0. They undefeated first time since 2009. Finally beat Kirkland. And they hoping to, might get a chance to face Kirkland again in this Division 6 playoffs.
All right, Bryant Kaiser with cleveland.com. Again, Cuyahoga Heights leading Hillsdale from Jeromesville. 7-0 in the second quarter is what Bryant had. I saw a 10-0 flashed up there. Either way, the Redskins have the ball. They're going to go ahead and try and score again. Ryan Isley has an update. In Stowe, the Bulldogs hosting Canton McKinley tonight. Ryan?
Hey guys, how's it going? We just finished the first quarter here at Stowe. It was a slow start for the Bulldogs who couldn't get anything going offensively, but finally at the end of the first quarter they broke through. Joe Gobble with a 1-yard touchdown run to give them a 7-3 lead over Canton McKinley. McKinley's first drive, they walked right down the field until they got to about the 15, and then Stowe's defense, as it's done all season, they bowed up and stopped the McKinley drive, forced them to kick a field goal. That's how it's 7-3, and right now Canton McKinley with the football 30 seconds into the second quarter. I will tell you that quarterback Dominic Robinson of Canton McKinley came up limping after the last possession they had. He is back on the field. Can't tell if he's 100% healthy, but it looked like he may have twisted an ankle, maybe twisted a knee going down after the last possession.
Ryan, I would think good sign for head coach Dan Reardon to see one of those field goals go through, as he had his kicker miss 2 last week. Might give him some confidence moving forward and some decisions that he has to make, I would think.
Oh, absolutely. That was a brutal loss for them last week. I was at that game. They had an extra point blocked, a field goal missed that could have beat Massillon there in the last couple of minutes. A lot of things happened in point after attempts and 2-point conversions that did not go well for them special teams wise. And so far tonight, they have been really good in the special teams game, and that includes punting, kicking, returns, and like you said, actually kicking the extra point through the uprights. So it looks like a different Canton McKinley special teams than I've seen the few times I've had them this year.
All right, Ryan Isley with cleveland.com. Thank you for that. Once again, Stowe with the early lead 7-3 on Canton McKinley in the first round playoff game. Plenty more to come. We're tracking games all throughout the area, and we will continue to do that when we come back. And as we step away, a look at footage from Krista DeFini, our student band expert from Independence High School, who is covering things at Cuyahoga Heights High School from a band perspective tonight. And let's take a look at the Redskin Band.
Just as athletes need proper sleep for optimum performance, so do fans. To be your best, you need your rest on a properly fitted mattress from Mattress Warehouse. A good night's sleep on the right mattress prepares you for whatever the day throws at you. Visit Mattress Warehouse for a custom sleep assessment, and we'll help you find the right mattress for a great night's sleep and a productive day. Sleep like a champion, play like a champion with the perfect mattress from Mattress Warehouse.
The best thing Tri-C did for me was give me opportunities. The workforce program prepared me for the career I have now. I got a job in the aerospace industry where I work on CNC machines. I have 3 younger brothers. I want to teach my brothers, hard work actually pays off. Come to Tri-C. It's a great stepping stone to wherever you're trying to get to in life. My name is Chris Grooms, and I got my start at Tri-C.
Saturdays, after the big game, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is Ohio's destination for all things college football. Join Les Levine and Anthony Lima as they break down all the day's action. Listen in live on Coach Urban Meyer's news conference and take your calls on the road ahead for the Scarlet and Gray. More sports and Les Levine postgame. Saturdays after the game on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
I'm Stipe Miocic, world heavyweight champion for Nature Stone, and Cleveland's first hometown champ. Fighting can be brutal. So can mold, mildew, or flooding on your basement carpet or tile. Get Nature Stone and never replace your basement flooring again.
Hurry, act now. Get Nature Stone and save up to 50%. That's up to 50% off authentic Nature Stone flooring.
Nature Stone, like me, simply the best.
Act now. Call or visit naturestone.com today.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, Classic Teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action, get updates as they happen, on cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle. Dominion East Ohio is proud to salute young people in our area who work toward their goals both in the classroom and on the field. We're proud to serve our community and are committed to making a difference. Each year, Dominion partners with schools throughout the region and the entire country to develop new programs aimed at strengthening math and science education in our schools from kindergarten through high school. For more information about our programs, services, and community involvement, www.dom.com. Dominion, it all starts here.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
Tuesday nights are for Ohio college football. And now, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is teaming up with your favorite site where Ohio State fans gather, 11 Warriors. Join Marissa Cottapelli and the pros who know the team best as they preview the week ahead. 11 Warriors Report, Tuesday nights at 7, only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Welcome back to Friday Night Huddle. Dave Scozen here with Chris Fedor and Dan Lobby as we keep tabs on pretty much all of the high school playoff games that are going on throughout Northeast Ohio. We have an update from Avon and Avon Lake. The Shoremen had struck early, getting the first touchdown of the game and had a 7-0 lead, and that was the case when Avon had the ball, as we can see here. All the way out around the 40-yard line or so, and Matt Kelly at quarterback dancing around, throws it deep, got his man Jason Sullivan. So a long touchdown pass for Avon. They did not convert the extra point, and so it's 7-6. Avon Lake still with the lead late in the first quarter.
Perfect throw, though.
Yeah.
Had time, perfect throw. That's a kid that got some playing time over the last few years behind Jake Sopko because Avon blew out so many opponents. So he got some second half, fourth quarter playing time. And you can kind of see that experience there in that throw. But, in the playoffs, one and done, missing an extra point against your rival. Avon's going to get more opportunities, but that's a tough way to start for them.
But doesn't that just encapsulate Avon? The quick strike ability. They're right around midfield. most teams would say, all right, let's pick up 10, let's just move the chains, let's be methodical about things. Not Avon. Avon, quick strike offense. They can beat you deep. They can beat you with the short game, the intermediate game. So that offense with the Eagles is one that we've been watching all season long in Northeast Ohio, and showing again why they're able to put up points in bunches no matter who the opponent has been.
We talked a little while ago about Perry and Holy Name. Perry had an early lead in that one. It's Division IV, Region 13, and we alluded to it at the time. We didn't really get to it, but looking at that region, the winner of that game is going to play either Struthers or Woodridge. Now, Woodridge is 10-0, only the 4th seed based on the computer points, but they're a team that when they won big. I mean, they put up all kinds of points all over the place. Crestwood is involved in that region. Cardinal Mooney out of Youngstown is in that region. So in terms of Division IV, I mean, there's a lot of, it would seem like, offensive firepower and plenty of that to go around. I don't know if either of you could speak to any of the teams aside from Perry that we might have just mentioned or that jump out at.
I mean, you brought up Woodridge, and you talked about their offense, but then you look at the other column, and that's another thing that stands out. 14, 7, 6, 8, a shutout, 12, 7, 12, 13, 7. That's a team that does not allow teams to score. And when you play a team like that, and you know they've been so good defensively, you kind of go into the game thinking, oh, we can't let 2, maybe 3 times, and all they've done is put up points all season. So it's not just the offense for them. Defensively, they've been very good, have the Bulldogs.
And Notre Dame Cathedral Latin, a team from Chardon, going into the postseason 7-3. They've won 5 in a row to get to this point. Now you're talking about, they've won 3 of their last 4 to get into the postseason. Their loss against Hoban, loss against Benedictine, loss against Willoughby South. So battle-tested, played against some quality opponents, but they're playing against Crestwood, a team that is on a roll going into the postseason. They've got Logan Toot, one of the best running backs in the area, a guy who has run for over 2,400 yards, 40 touchdowns, Portage County record. So Crestwood is a team that, because they have that kind of game breaker, that kind of talent, they're going to be a handful for anybody, even Notre Dame Cathedral Latin, a team battle-tested going into the postseason.
And we were talking about Dustin Crum earlier with Midview and all the numbers that he put up, but Logan Toot, as you mentioned,
Yep.
I mean, just it seemed like every week we'd be watching the results come in, and it wasn't as if Crestwood was blowing away their opponents, but Toot scores a touchdown.
Right.
And Toot had a 50-yard touchdown, and I think at one point an interception return, and so really some remarkable individual accomplishments there from Logan Toot.
And Crestwood's only loss against St. Thomas Aquinas, a team that we mentioned earlier, 8-2. It was a 4-point loss, but Crestwood also has signature wins against Mogador and Garfield. So as Notre Dame Cathedral Latin battle-tested going into the postseason, Crestwood signature wins on the resume as well. So it's not like they just steamrolled into the playoffs 9-1 because they were able to take advantage of an easy schedule. This is a team that, because of Toot and because of the schedule that they've played, going to be tough for Notre Dame Cathedral Latin tonight.
Yeah, and Mogador and Garrettsville Garfield, those were consecutive weeks.
That's exactly
too.
right, back to back. One at home, one on the road.
That's an incredible feat to pull off for anybody. Chardon and Bedford, we have talked about the Hilltoppers being one of the unbeatens that we've been watching. They had a 7-0 lead on the Bearcats. We saw Tommy Beninati run it in from 6 yards out a little while ago. Let's take a look and see what happens next here with Chardon. They're on the doorstep again in the red zone, the Hilltoppers.
I'm thinking run. Hey!
Let's see if you're right. Yes, you are, around the right end, and another Chardon touchdown. So the Hilltoppers holding to form, and it looks like we skipped a couple of touchdowns there to get to 28-0 over Bedford. I think the last time that we had an update on this game, I asked the two of you, are we going to see that score tick up? And it certainly has. But guys, we've been watching Chardon do this all season.
Yeah, I mean, they're well on their way to another 40-point game.
Yep.
Even with what could end up being a running clock for most of the second half, they're well on their way to yet another 40-point game. 9 times they've done it already this season. It's a team that if you come up with empty possessions or you turn the ball over, they're going to punish you.
And the thing that's so funny about Chardon is I said, okay, I bet it's going to be a run because that's what they do. They run the ball constantly. But the thing that makes Chardon so dangerous, you don't know who it's going to be. It could be Beninati, it could be Dinko, it could be Savis. It just doesn't matter. They have so many different options within the running structure that it keeps a defense off balance without actually changing up the play all that much. They just have different options for each play.
Another scenario in the works here with Stowe and Canton McKinley. Last check, it was 7-3. Stowe was in front in this matchup at Stowe High School. Let's take a look here. The Bulldogs threatening once again as we move to the second quarter. And this is Kyle Van Treese at quarterback, again at about the 25-yard line. A strike over the middle and a touchdown for the Bulldogs. So they go in front 13, make it 14-3 with the extra point. Stowe leading Canton McKinley.
Yeah, and Kyle Van Treese on his way to Buffalo next year. You actually have two MAC quarterbacks, two future MAC quarterbacks going at it in Dominique Robinson for Canton McKinley and Kyle Van Treese for Stowe. And I talked about it earlier. This is a kid that's been playing since his sophomore year.
Right.
He's really developed into that position, had to kind of grow into that position a little bit, led that team to the state semifinals last season, and trying to kind of finish that senior year strong, and they're off to a good start against McKinley. Because I don't think you want to give McKinley hope, right? Because that's a team that's lost a few games in a row. You don't want to give them confidence, and Stowe has done a good job of doing that.
Well, but you can also look at the McKinley-Hudson game, and at halftime, I mean, Hudson was ahead, off the top of my head, I don't know, it was 14-3 or something along those lines. And then McKinley just came out and ripped off a bunch of points in the second half. So to your point, do you really want to give those Bulldogs any hope if you're Stowe?
You don't, but also to that point, where has that offense gone? I think that's what the Bulldogs are asking themselves coming in tonight. Coach Dan Reardon saying, wait a minute, my team scored 51 and 52 in back-to-back weeks in week 3 and 4, and now our offense has been stuck in the mud. 3-game losing streak going into the postseason, only 3 points so far tonight against Stowe, and I know Stowe's defense, one of the better ones in Northeast Ohio, but Coach Reardon has to be saying, where did my offense go that was able to score 51 against a very stingy Hudson defense?
And we've talked about many of the teams that are participating in Division I. Region 1, Solon is taking on Glen Oak tonight. That's the 1 versus 8 game. Obviously, Stowe and McKinley. But just taking a look at that region, I mean, for the two of you, who is the favorite to come out of that? And, here's another interesting question. Division 1 is, for the first time in 3 years, a 4-region division once again. When the OHSAA split off the top tier of schools with the highest male enrollment was 4 years ago now. They just made a Region 1 or a Division 1 that was half the size of all the other divisions, 2 through 7, and gave them 2 large regions. And so you had 1 versus 16 and 2 versus 15. Now it's a little bit different. Geographically, probably a little bit better, especially in the early going. The largest region is the region Medina is involved in because they're including Toledo and some of the Columbus schools and things. But coming out of Division 1, Region 1, which is smaller than it has been in the past, any thoughts on handicapping, for lack of a better word, who we could expect to see come out of that?
Well, I'll say this one. They divided up those regions. They certainly loaded up Region 1, and they certainly loaded up Region 4. Nothing against Regions 2 and 3, of course, but those two, Regions 1 and 4, are absolute meat grinders. And, you can look at any of these teams, I think, and especially the teams at the top, Solon, St. Edward, Stowe, St. Ignatius. You can make a case for any of those teams to win this region, I think. I feel like St. Ignatius right now might be the team to beat. With that offensive line, their ability to play multiple ways, I think they're probably the favorite. I do like Solon and Stowe. Of course, you never count out St. Edward, obviously, with their experience and what they've been able to do. And, of course, I know Chris Fedor is not counting out St. Edward ever.
Well, actually.
But I think St. Ignatius, to me, would be the favorite. But it wouldn't shock me if any of those 4 teams won.
I'm a St. Ed's alum, and I'm kind of wondering if St. Ed's has enough to go back to back to back this year. Number one, that's very, very difficult to do, especially in Division I. And number two, you're talking about a St. Ed's team. It's not the fact that they got beat by St. Ignatius last week, but we've been talking about this, Dan, all season long. St. Ed's lost so much from last year's team, and A lot of those players from last year's team that won the state championship also helped them win the state championship in 2014. So you're talking about replacing Cole Guest, who's playing at Indiana. You're talking about replacing Tony Butler, who's at Nebraska. You're talking about replacing Michael O'Malley, one of the best defensive players in Northeast Ohio the last couple of years. At some point, even though you are St. Ed's and you've got that big name and you're known for reloading quickly, at some point you just lose too much talent. And their quarterback last year, Jimmy Keefe, set a record in the state championship game for passing yards. For me, St. Ed's just lost too much from last year's team, so I'm with Dan here. I give the edge going into tonight to St. Ignatius. They've gotten back to who they are. Run the ball, take pressure off the quarterback, and lean on that stingy defense. Their defense is allowing 8 points per game. That's a touchdown per game. I mean, that's insane to think about. So, to me, it's St. Ignatius.
I love how your St. Ed's rant evolved, and I'm going to ask you to come back to their opponent here in a second. But for now, let's go back to Avon. Eagles hosting Avon Lake. Again, it was 7-6 the last time that we checked in. And let's take a look here now. I believe they have moved along to the second quarter. Avon driving once again, wearing what Chris Fedor deemed as sweet uniforms, and they run it in. Jason McLemore with the touchdown. What would you say, about 4 yards out there? They did convert the extra point that time, and it is 13-7. Avon now leading Avon Lake in the second quarter.
You know, they replaced a pretty good running back from last year, too. Garrett Choate. I've talked about Jake Sopko, who, of course, went to Cincinnati, but Garrett Choate was a very good running back for them. So Mason McLemore has kind of stepped into that sign of a program, right? When you can just kind of keep rolling kids into positions, especially key positions like quarterback and running back.
Good catch on Mason McLemore as opposed to me calling him Jason McLemore. Now, St. Ed's is taking on Euclid tonight. I don't know that we've had an update yet on that game, but Jeff Rodsky is, he's had some interesting things happen, to say the least, this year. One of his players, of course, passing away as a result of their game against Solon. But in terms of just turning that program around, getting them to be the 7 seed in Division I, Region 1, they were 7-3 this year. And I think all of their losses, you can point back and say those are very good teams that they ended up losing to. What about the Panthers and that program and where things are headed there?
Well, head coach Rotsky thinks he has the best quarterback in Northeast Ohio in Noah Mitchell, and people are going to argue there are a lot of really good quarterbacks in Northeast Ohio, but Noah Mitchell is a guy who threw for 360 yards and 4 touchdowns against Mentor, so he's played in big games against some quality opponents, and he's had some success. Bit of an up-and-down season for Noah Mitchell, no question about it, but he has shown the capability with the light shining bright that he can go out there and make some plays. And I think St. Ed showed last week against St. Ignatius in that game at First Energy Stadium that they're a little bit more vulnerable defensively than they've been in the past. And Euclid maybe can take advantage of that.
Yeah, and they didn't have Noah Mitchell last year when they took on St. Edward. He played a little bit, but he had a broken wrist. He couldn't really do much. They put him into the game late and just couldn't do a lot in that. So he's got his full complement at quarterback. And the thing about Coach Rotsky, I covered a game of theirs and did a conference call with him. And when I hung up the phone, I was ready to go run through a brick wall. I would have done anything for that guy. And it was just a conference call with a couple of reporters. And he's just that type of coach that knows how to inspire his kids. You know, you can tell he really cares about them. And he's really turned that program back into what we've seen from Euclid in the past.
Now, Division I, Region 2, again, the region we talked about that's the largest geographically in Division I because it includes Medina and Lorain, who are playing tonight. It includes the northern edge of Columbus. It includes Toledo. I think we could affectionately, can we call it the Olentangy region because there's 3 teams in it with Olentangy in their names. But, you know, we talked about Bedford a little bit earlier and the number of turnovers that they've had. And they had, what was it, 5 of them against Lorain a couple of weeks ago. Lorain is playing at home tonight against Lewis Center Olentangy, just to clarify, one of the Olentangys. But for Lorain, you know, after the combination of the high schools in Lorain 5 years ago to come out and be the 3 seed in that region, what is your take, either one of you, on the Titans and where they are right now?
Well, they're a great story. I mean, they started 0-2, and now they've won 8 games in a row. They beat Cleveland Heights last week to clinch that playoff spot, and it was a win against Sandusky, a 24-23 win against a 9-1 Sandusky team. that's a Division III team, but that's a very good Division III team. And Lorain, there's no doubt about it. They're one of the best stories probably in Northeast Ohio. They have some fantastic players, starting with Naz Bohannon, who's a very good basketball player as well, one of their linebackers. And we had an interview with him on the show last week, and you could just, the emotion that he had after that dramatic win, a goal line stand to win the game. That's a team that I kind of understands, man, what we've done so far is just incredible. And credit to Dave McFarland.
And I think battle-tested. That's the thing that comes to mind for me when it's Lorain. And the other thing Lorain has an advantage is home field advantage. It's a grass field. It can be muddy at times. They can grow it really high if they want to slow down the opponent. But they've played against Cleveland Heights. They've played against Midview. They've played against Sandusky, as Dan mentioned. So they've seen teams that they're going to see in the postseason. The caliber of team that they're going to see in the postseason is not going to be a surprise to Lorain.
All right, Cuyahoga Heights, the last time we checked in, was grinding things out and had a lead on Jeromesville Hillsdale. Bryant Kaiser checking in with us once again. Bryant, what is the latest from the land of the Redskins?
We're at halftime, and it's still 10-0 Cuyahoga Heights. Hillsdale's playing great defense, but they shoot their own self with the interceptions. They're bringing out everything they have in the kitchen sink. They had a onside kickoff return to start the game. They had a fake punt. They had a razzle dazzle, but they just cannot get into the end zone. And they had an interception again. Trent Williams, he's the quarterback for Hillsdale. Left-handed quarterback, he has some good throws to his main guy Hicks, but the last throw he threw into double coverage right in the end zone, so they picked that one off, and 10-0 at the halftime, and Hillsdale need that score because they get the kickoff to start the second half.
Brian, Cuyahoga Heights has scored 40 points 6 times so far this year, so we know that their offense is capable of putting up big numbers. How has Hillsdale been able to slow them down?
Well, the Redskins turned the ball over too. When I left you, they picked off a fumble. Then next thing you know, the Redskins fumbled the football, leading. They keep fumbling the football. Hillsdale is getting after their quarterback, Brett Lawler. They getting at him. They stopping the run with Durazio. So they're bringing their defense has really been impressive. They just cannot score against the Redskins defense. And I think the head coach, he's going to have some more specialty plays for Hillsdale, but they got to get into the end zone.
All right, Bryant Kaiser, thank you very much. Joining us from Cuyahoga Heights, where the Redskins lead Hillsdale 10-0 at halftime.
That's the way to do it, though. You're the 8th seed. You have to travel that far to play against Cuyahoga Heights, undefeated, a team that has already beaten Kirtland. Sure, leave it all out there. Onside kicks, go for 2 if you have to, some trick plays. That's what it's going to take for a team like Hillsdale to compete with Cuyahoga Heights, and it's nothing against Hillsdale. It's just Cuyahoga Heights has separated themselves in Division 6.
Well, that and Cuyahoga Heights has allowed more than 13 points twice.
Right.
So you've got to figure out a way to manufacture some offense against them, and you can't make that drive back. If you lose that game, you can't make that drive back thinking, man, we could have done. Maybe we should have tried this, or maybe we should have done that. So yeah, you got to go for it and try and somehow find a way to cross that 13-point barrier.
What's the worst that could happen? You don't recover the onside kick and you lose? I mean, going into the night, nobody outside of Jeromesville gave Hillsdale a chance to compete with Cuyahoga Heights because Cuyahoga Heights has been that good this season. Might as well try.
Well, let's check in for the first time tonight in Hudson. The Explorers hosting Copley in that first round game, Division II, Region 5. And here we have Copley with the lead, backed up to the goal line, and it's a handoff, and he is hit and taken down by Daniel Saxon of the Explorers. But Hudson still trails even after the safety, 10-8 in the second quarter.
That's Hudson, right? They always find ways.
Is it Hudson? I couldn't tell by the uniforms.
It's a deep, deep navy blue.
Okay, I was like, when did they get black in
That's
their
like
uniform?
their color rush uniform right there. But they always find a way to score in big games on special teams, defense. They always do something like that. And so it's no surprise that they're able to come up with a play like that against Copley.
Hudson uses the gray uniforms for the playoffs, I've been informed. And is that the gunmetal gray we were all hoping would be part of the Browns uniforms when they came out? So, but Hudson, again, trailing 10-8. Any surprise with the fact that they're not ahead in that game?
No, I mean, Copley's a really good team, played some really quality opponents. Their only losses so far this year against Uniontown Lake and against Aurora. So you talk about a team that's battle-tested. We talked about Weston Bridges already, somebody who has the capability of taking over a game for Copley. So, no, I'm not really surprised by this result. It's a 4-5 matchup. The two teams played really, really close last year in the postseason. So this is what you expect from these two teams.
Yeah, and they were without Weston Bridges for part of that game too last year in the playoffs. He got hurt, and I don't think he was even able to finish that game. So obviously Copley has had that on their mind since last season. That's a really good football team. That's a very experienced football team. I think this is a really evenly matched game. So I don't think there's any surprise that Copley's ahead there and that it's only a 2-point game.
A few moments ago, we were discussing Lorain and the Titans and how they've won 8 games in a row. Look good coming into their matchup tonight against Olentangy. One of the other teams in Division I, Region 2, Medina. Here's a team that came out and put up all kinds of points to begin the season, was blowing out opponents. Then they got into the meat of their schedule. They stumbled against Mentor and also against Solon in their final game of the season, but still made it back to the playoffs. First time that they've been there in a few years. But what is your take on the Bees and how far they could get in this postseason?
They're probably one of the surprises this year, one of the more surprising teams, but we know they have a lot of talent. They've had to replace their quarterback a couple of times this season. They've gone to their third-string quarterback. But you mentioned the losses to Mentor and Solon, and the thing that stands out to you in those losses, and those were games that we followed closely here on this show. What stands out to you in those losses is they led Mentor. And they could have and maybe should have won that game. Against Solon, they fought back multiple times and were able to hang with one of the best teams, a team that might be a favorite to win Region 1 if it's not St. Ignatius. So I think that's the really impressive thing about Medina. Not just the fact that they're 8-2, but their 2 losses were against good teams. They were in those games. You can make the case they should have won those games. I think that says something about that football team.
They got the triplets. You got the quarterback, you got the running back, you got the wide receiver. You've got Whitaker now at quarterback, big, strong, physical guy, dual threat quarterback. You can hand the ball off to Jimmy Daw, and you can throw the ball to Dylan Foltz. So when you have those kinds of playmakers and you're a team that scored 43 against Solon, you have my attention right away when you're scoring that kind of the point total against Solon's defense, which is one of the better ones in Northeast Ohio.
Medina, by the way, playing at Toledo Whitmer tonight, a perennial playoff team, so definitely a tough test there. When we come back, we'll continue the discussion. We'll continue to get updates from games throughout the area. We'll take another look at the Cuyahoga Heights Band, our Independence High School reporter, Krista DeFini, with another look at the Redskin Marching Band.
Just as athletes need proper sleep for optimum performance, so do fans. To be your best, you need your rest on a properly fitted mattress from Mattress Warehouse. A good night's sleep on the right mattress prepares you for whatever the day throws at you. Visit Mattress Warehouse for a custom sleep assessment, and we'll help you find the right mattress for a great night's sleep and a productive day. Sleep like a champion, play like a champion with the perfect mattress from Mattress Warehouse.
The best thing Tri-C did for me was give me opportunities. The workforce program prepared me for the career I have now. I got a job in the aerospace industry where I work on CNC machines. I have 3 younger brothers. I want to teach my brothers, hard work actually pays off. Come to Tri-C. It's a great stepping stone to wherever you're trying to get to in life. My name is Chris Grooms, and I got my start at Tri-C.
Saturdays, after the big game, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is Ohio's destination for all things college football. Join Les Levine and Anthony Lima as they break down all the day's action. Listen in live on Coach Urban Meyer's news conference and take your calls on the road ahead for the Scarlet and Gray. More sports and Les Levine postgame. Saturdays after the game on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
I'm Stipe Miocic, world heavyweight champion for Nature Stone, and Cleveland's first hometown champ. Fighting can be brutal. So can mold, mildew, or flooding on your basement carpet or tile. Get Nature Stone and never replace your basement flooring again.
Hurry, act now. Get Nature Stone and save up to 50%. That's up to 50% off authentic Nature Stone flooring.
Nature Stone, like me, simply the best.
Act now. Call or visit naturestone.com today.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, classic teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action, get updates as they happen, on cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle. Dominion East Ohio is proud to salute young people in our area who work toward their goals both in the classroom and on the field. We're proud to serve our community and are committed to making a difference. Each year, Dominion partners with schools throughout the region and the entire country to develop new programs aimed at strengthening math and science education in our schools from kindergarten through high school. For more information about our programs, services, and community involvement, www.dom.com. Dominion, it all starts here.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
Tuesday nights are for Ohio college football. And now, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is teaming up with your favorite site where Ohio State fans gather, 11 Warriors. Join Marissa Contapelli and the pros who know the team best as they preview the week ahead. 11 Warriors Report, Tuesday nights at 7, only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Welcome back to Friday Night Huddle. Halftime of many of the first-round playoff games that kicked off, about an hour and 15 minutes or so ago. And one of the people who is covering games for us tonight is Jeff Sabo. He's with Solon Education Television. The Solon Comets hosting Glen Oak 1 versus 8 in Division I, Region 1. Jeff, welcome back to Friday Night Huddle, and how do things stand at halftime in Solon?
Well, it is a 12-10 Solon lead. Glen Oak, being the 8th seed, they are really holding their own. They're really getting a good running game with Elijah Latson in the backfield. Tate Rhodes in at quarterback. He's been able to move the ball down the field, and he was able to find Abe Billings in the end zone for a 27-yard score. And then late in the second quarter, Glen Oak was able to get down the field and get a 25-yard field goal, courtesy of their very good place kicker, Dean Saris. Meanwhile, the Solon team, they started off strong with a kickoff return on the opening kickoff by Darryl Sinclair, 88 yards into the end zone. They then followed up with a touchdown pass from Joe Bubonics to Jake McCurry, and that is how we have a 12-10 score.
Jeff, you've seen Solon a bunch, and not a lot of teams have been able to keep the Solon offense in check, at least if you're not named Stowe. So what has Glen Oak been able to do defensively to slow down the Comets?
Well, they've definitely been watching out for those bubble screens, and they've definitely kept their eye out for number 34, Thomas Wilkes, in the backfield. And just throughout the first half, you could definitely tell that Glen Oak has been watching the game film on Solon from both sides of the football. And Solon defensively has struggled whenever there's been a big running back or a quarterback that can run in the backfield. And Glen Oak's really had to rely on their running game to move the ball down the field.
Jeff Thomas Wilkes has scored 8 touchdowns the last 2 games. What is Glen Oak doing to kind of slow him down so far?
Well, they're really keeping their eye out on him in the backfield. They're really getting a lot of penetration from the Solon offensive line. Against that Solon offensive line, a week ago, the Solon offensive line very instrumental in helping Wilkes get 6 touchdowns against Medina. However, Glen Oak's really been able to penetrate and really start hitting Wilkes in the backfield, and as a result, number 34 Thomas Wilkes has been pretty quiet so far tonight.
All right, Jeff Sabo, once again, the halftime score in Solon, the Comets leading Glen Oak 12-10. Thank you very much, Jeff. We'll check in with you once again a little bit later on. Bill Mayville is at Byers Field in Parma. St. Ignatius hosting Jackson. Bill, welcome back to Friday Night Huddle.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. Just a quick update. We're at halftime now, and St. Ignatius has really blown this open in the second quarter. They scored 3 times in the final 5.5 minutes of the second quarter. Patrick Ryan with a 5-yard run, Bovinski with his second touchdown run of the game, and then Stowers had a 3-run touchdown with 1:02 left in the half, and it's 28-0. And right now, it's pretty much all Ignatius all the time. So.
All right, Bill Mayville, and we're seeing one of the St. Ignatius touchdowns right there. Again at halftime, 28-0. Thank you very much, Bill, for that update. The Wildcats leading Massillon Jackson. Dan and Chris, a moment ago, we heard Solon leading Glen Oak 12-10. Again, 1 versus 8 right there. But I think some of the things that both of you were talking about Glen Oak, it's maybe not too surprising that they're only down by 2 at halftime.
Yeah, and that's a team that's been through adversity. They've had to overcome losing a quarterback. Now they have to overcome losing one of their best receivers. So that's a team that kind of that kind of brings you together. Like, adversity can do 2 things. It can tear you apart, it can bring you together. And so far, it looks like that's been good for Glen Oak. And to get to halftime against Solon, 12-10 in the game, that's what you want if you're trying to pull the upset.
And this was one of those teams that a couple of weeks ago, Dan, if you remember, as commissioner of the Federal League, I said that, look out for Glen Oak because of some of the stuff that they did have to deal with, and they were able to stay afloat, and they got their starting quarterback back. And when you have a guy like Tate Rhodes, and you've got all the confidence in the world in him, and he's a dual-threat quarterback, he puts so much pressure on a defense, and he lifts the team around him. There's just a different feeling when you have that guy under center that you thought you were going to have all season long. So because of that, I said, hey, look out for them. The J.J. Oliveira injury is something to watch, but when you have Tate Rhodes and you've got that kind of quarterback, you're going to have a chance.
One of the things that we had also just heard was McKinley leading another Federal League team, Jackson, 28-0 at halftime. The last report we had from Chardon, the Hilltoppers led Bedford 28-0, but Nate Klein is joining us now with an update from Chardon.
Hey, good evening, guys. Hey, Joe Dinko and Tommy Benatti both have a pair of touchdowns tonight. They're leading 42-0 to half. Big key to this game is just stopping Bedford on defense, and there's a reason why they're 10-0 this year, and that's why. Keep an eye out for Tommy Benatti tonight. He's chasing the single-season rushing record here at Chardon. Who holds that record? Well, his coach.
Nate, if somebody is going to test Chardon in a way Chardon has not been tested yet so far this year, what is it going to take?
You got to stop them at the line. They're just having their way with Bedford right now, and I'm presuming that they probably did the same thing in those last 10 games. But they're going to have to stop them at the line. They're just having their way in that offense they're running. So.
Hey, Nate, for Bedford, turnovers have been a problem the last few weeks. Has it been a problem for them tonight?
Not really too much. I mean, they had maybe an earlier turnover or two, but not too much. It's just, Chardon has just been really crafty, and, both teams had a couple of 4th and 1 situations where they decided they could go for it, and unfortunately, it didn't pay off for Bedford. It didn't pay off for Chardon, so.
All right, Nate Klein, thank you for that update. Again, 42-0. Chardon leading Bedford at halftime. Let's check in once again in Stowe. The Stowe Bulldogs hosting the Canton McKinley Bulldogs. Ryan Isley joins us. Ryan, how do things stand in Stowe?
Right now, guys, we are at the half. Stowe leads 14-3. They tacked on another touchdown after we last chatted. Joe Gobble ran for about 50 yards on the drive, which opened up the passing game. Kyle Van Treese hits Joe Andrade for a 24-yard touchdown. An update to an earlier storyline that I was following is that Dominique Robinson came back into the game after the injury for one series. After a 3-and-out, he has not returned for the last two Canton-McKinley series on offense. And while Canton-McKinley is trying to run the same offensive plan with their backup quarterbacks as they do with Robinson, it's a little bit different when you have a 6'5" running quarterback who can run people over, and when you have about a 5'9" quarterback who really can't run people over. The offense just is not there right now for the Canton-McKinley Bulldogs. The Stowe Bulldogs have seemed to pick it up offensively as the game has gone on.
So, Ryan, what do you expect Canton-McKinley to do in the second half to try and make up for the fact that they may not have their starting quarterback for the second half?
My guess, if Robinson cannot return to this game, they will do what I have seen them do a few times this year. That is get the small, fast, shifty guys out in the flats, out in space, and just let them go one-on-one with the defenders. The problem might be, though, that they've not seen tackling and one-on-one defenders quite like Stowe has. So it's going to be a challenge for McKinley right now to get anything going offensively if Robinson is not in there to give them that threat of pulling the ball down and just running people over.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm glad you brought up that tackling because I was going to ask you, can you do that against Stowe, a team that has been so sound defensively all year? The other question I have, though, is Stowe's pressure. I know Dan Reardon was concerned that Stowe could create pressure without blitzing. Have they been able to do that?
They have been able to do that, and again, it's one of those things where the inconsistency of the Canton-McKinley offense has got to be frustrating for the Bulldog fans. And I'm trying not to use Bulldogs since they're both Bulldogs, but the Canton-McKinley fans have to be concerned because the inconsistencies have shown up again tonight. Guys wide open in the flats, and the ball gets thrown at their ankles. And Stowe, you're right, they are not having to blitz to put pressure on, and even when they're not blitzing, they're picking up sacks, or they were able to force Robinson out of the pocket. When he gets any kind of pressure, he gets a little bit flat-footed and then just starts to run. So that's the issue they've had tonight, is just not being able to handle that Stowe pressure, like you said. And again, Stowe's tackling one-on-one on the outside has just been fantastic, other than the first drive of the game. The coaches gathered the defense after that drive, had a nice heart-to-heart with them, and it seemed to pay off because Stowe has made almost every play defensively since then.
All right, Ryan Isley, thank you very much for that update. 14-3 once again. Stowe leading Canton-McKinley at halftime. A couple of updates ago, we talked about Chardon and their 42-0 halftime lead over Bedford. If we go election night 4 days early, can we say it's safe to declare Chardon the winner in that first-round playoff game? I know anything can happen, but
I think exit polling is showing that Chardon is going to advance to the next round.
They are going to get the winner of Brecksville Broadview Heights against Warren Harding. And to my knowledge, I don't know that we've had an update on how that game is progressing at this point. But between those two teams, and I think we see more about and of Brecksville, but what could we look for out of either one of them that might be able to slow down Chardon next week?
Well, what stands out about Warren Harding is their only loss of the season is to Cardinal Mooney, who, they're a Division IV team, but they're one of the better Division IV teams
and what do they like to do?
Or run the football.
Yeah.
For Brecksville, the question is always going to be their defense.
Right.
Can they stop people? Can they get off the field? I don't know if there's really a great matchup there for Brecksville. Right. But, I think Warren Harding can cause some problems.
We talked earlier about some of the teams from Division I, Solon, Stowe, St. Ignatius, and can you win a game in a variety of ways? For Brecksville Broadview Heights, the truth is this year they've had one way to win games consistently, and that's on the arm of Luke Sternad, that's on the heels of their explosive offense. But if their offense is going to get slowed down the way that it did against Stowe a couple of weeks ago, it's going to be very, very difficult for Brecksville Broadview Heights, and I'm just not sure in a matchup against Chardon, a team that has been rolling everybody, doing the same thing consistently. I'm not sure the Bees' defense is going to be ready for that kind of challenge, and I'm not sure that the Bees' offense would be able to score the kind of points that they're used to against that Chardon stingy defense.
And we are, of course, talking about Division II, Region 5, and we've talked about Chardon with their big lead over Bedford, Brecksville taking on Warren Harding tonight, Copley and Hudson. The other matchup in that region is Aurora against Barberton. Now, Barberton has not been to the playoffs and won a playoff game in a long time. I believe it's 1998 is the last time that the Magics were in the playoffs, but
they've never won a game in the playoffs.
Well, and Aurora is a perennial playoff team, even when they moved up from Division III to Division II. Thoughts on the Green Men and the Magics and just that matchup that we have not yet touched on tonight?
Well, no one wants to hear this in a playoff game, but there's absolutely no shame if you go into the playoffs and lose to Aurora. That is traditionally one of the great programs, as you mentioned, Dave. Doesn't matter the division for Aurora. They just show up and they win. Their only loss this season, a 36-6 loss to Solon, who we've talked about how good they are in Division I, Region 1, and Aurora is just playing that classic Aurora football this year. And Bubba Arslanian, a linebacker and running back, does so many good things for them. Mac Austin, their quarterback, kind of that traditional Aurora quarterback that can run people over, maybe not the best arm in the world, but he can make passes when he needs to. That's just a classic Aurora team this year.
But there are two things here. If you're Barberton and you want to believe in the Magics, number one, they've played already this year. So Barberton has gotten a feel for what Aurora can do, what Aurora can't do, and they're not going to be as surprised as another team that would play Aurora for the first time. And you might be saying, okay, why are you bringing that up? Well, because last year Aurora went into the postseason. They were on a roll. They had the number 1 seed. They played number 8 Nordonia, team that they had played earlier, and Nordonia upset them. They went on the road and upset them 39-37. And I think part of that is because you got a feel for them in the first game. So Nordonia able to do it last year. Barberton trying to do it again this year. Never won a playoff game before, so they're going to leave it all out there.
And we will see, of course, what transpires in that one. There are things transpiring in Grafton. Midview is hosting Olmsted Falls. Mike Fitzpatrick is there and joins us for an update. Mike, how do things look between the Middies and the Bulldogs?
It's halftime here in Grafton, and a little bit of an upset. It's 17-14 Olmsted Falls over Midview. The two teams met earlier this year on October 7th. They're both Southwestern Conference foes. And Midview came out on top 28-21 in that game. Just a lot of Spencer Linville tonight. The bruising 5'8", 245-pound fullback has rushed for 133 yards and a touchdown for Olmsted Falls. Justin Crum, of course, the outstanding quarterback for Midview, has run for 94 yards, and he has thrown for 80 yards, but he has an interception that led to Midview's go-ahead score. So it's 17-14 here at the half.
Mike, you mentioned that Olmsted Falls played Midview earlier this year, and it was a close game. What is it that Olmsted Falls does so well that seems to cause Midview problems? Is it just that running game with Linville?
Oh, yeah. They open running lanes for him. And, he's big, but he's shifty, and he also has, an incredible first step because he's, through the line right after he gets the ball. So, he's very hard to tackle. He's shifty. He reads his blocks real well, and Midview's just really having a hard time corralling him. That's why Olmsted Falls was able to get back in the game in the first time around. Limbo was just carrying him up in the second half.
All right, Mike Fitzpatrick, again the update at Midview, 17-14 Olmsted Falls with the lead in that one. Thank you very much for that update, Mike. We'll check back in with you once again later. Interesting stat that Mike threw out there was that Dustin Crum had more yards rushing than passing. And I'm trying to think back to their opening game against Lorraine. Remember, that seemed like one of those odd games. There wasn't a lot of offense. Midview went on to win, but we now know that it's a very good Lorraine team. Is that, I guess we're finding out it's plausible that you can shut down Midview's passing game, but is that really the key, is to force Crum to run the ball and go ahead and let him run?
Yeah, well, in their first meeting, just looking at it right now, he threw for 155 and rushed for 171.
Right.
So there must be something about that Olmsted Falls defense that is causing him problems in the passing game. Maybe it's sound tackling and one-on-one matchups, whatever it is that's causing him problems throwing the football. He was 13 of 24 throwing in that game, which isn't a bad percentage. It's not necessarily a great percentage either. And he's able to create things, though. That's the good thing about Dustin Crum. If he's not able to throw the ball, he is able to create with his legs, something he's been able to do so far tonight, even though they're trailing.
Look, this is the kind of matchup that I think Midview would want to avoid. Like, if they had their choice, they'd probably want to play White House Anthony Wayne, or they'd probably want to play against Holland Springfield, because those teams haven't seen Midview. So when you're playing against Olmsted Falls, a team that you play in the regular season, a team that you played last year, they know you. They know you really, really well. They know you better than most playoff opponents are going to. They've seen Dustin Crum for years, so they know what he can do and what he can't do, and they have what they feel like is a game plan to slow him down.
Very interesting. You would trade the Olmsted Falls opposition for a 2-hour bus ride.
Yes.
It's very interesting to listen to what
that
you
other team
think
wouldn't know
sometimes.
what to expect. There's no feel.
Speaking of familiar opponents, Avon and Avon Lake were going back and forth. Avon Lake got out to an early lead and held it after Avon scored their first touchdown because of a failed conversion attempt. We do have an update on Avon and Avon Lake from Matt Gould.
For cleveland.com and Friday Night Huddle, where Avon has a 16-7 lead on the Shoremen of Avon Lake at halftime of this Division II Region 6 quarterfinal. As you probably were following along, Avon Lake jumped out to a 7-0 lead on a Mark Pappas to Jason Sullivan touchdown pass. That one drive has really been most of the offense here for Avon Lake. Avon's defense has really started to get in sync. And Mason McLemore, the senior running back for the Eagles, has taken off. He's got 12 carries for 90 yards here at halftime. And, of course, one of the touchdowns, the go-ahead touchdown, because Avon had the extra point blocked on, or actually they didn't block it, it was missed. They missed an extra point earlier on Mitch Cooper's 44-yard touchdown reception from quarterback Matt Kelly. Cooper also actually, if you saw it late, had a field goal to add it, to make it 16-7. He's had a field goal block, so it's been an interesting day for Mitch Cooper, catching a touchdown pass, having a kick block, missing extra point, and then making a field goal. So here's where we stand right now, 16-7 at half. Avon is starting to get in tune, and this has been a little bit like their first meeting. It was close in the first half. Avon really started to take control as the game wore on, and that's where we stand right now, so we'll see how this turns out. It's starting to turn to Avon's favor, and they will receive the ball to start the second half.
Matt Gould with the update there. As you see, 16-7. Avon leading Avon Lake, and Avon Lake coming out with the lead, holding it into the second quarter. Now it looks like it needs to be a halftime adjustment or something to maybe recapture some of what they started the game with.
And the key thing that Matt said is Avon gets the ball to start the second half. And sometimes when you're a good team like Avon and you go into a game like that where you should win, maybe it takes a little while to kind of get loose a little bit, let those nerves clear. Because, again, these are guys that maybe weren't key. They were key players, but they weren't the key players last year playing for Avon. New quarterback, new running back. So maybe it takes a little bit to kind of shake loose from those nerves, and now they've got a chance to really open this game up to start the second half.
And we were talking earlier, hey, Avon Lake on the board early, exactly what the Shoremen need. Show that their offense can move the ball against Avon, show that they're going to learn from their mistakes from the earlier meeting, and since that point, Avon has really put the clamps down. And that's the thing that I think goes unnoticed too often with the Eagles. So many people talk about the offense, and rightfully so, one of the most explosive ones in Northeast Ohio. But if you're talking about Division II and you're trying to win Division II, you better be able to play some defense. And only one team has scored 28 or more against Avon so far this year, and that was Dustin Crum and Midview. So the Eagles can play some defense too.
The last time we checked in Hudson, the Explorers had come up with a safety to pull within 2. 10-8 against Copley, but now Copley, or at least taking a look at what we're about to look at, had the ball with a chance to expand their lead. Let's take a look at the Indians here. It looks like somewhere on their own side of the field, and a long run for Copley. Wow, look at that. Weaving back and forth down the field. 65, 70 yards at least right there.
Well, that's Brenner. That's what he does. Dual threat quarterback.
So Copley with the 18-15 lead at Hudson. Still some time remaining before halftime in that one.
Yeah, like you said, maybe a 75-yard run, but then you add in all the side-to-side and the east-west running. Maybe it was more like 150 yards. That was just a great run. I mean, and that's the problem with Copley. You focus on Weston Bridges, one of the best running backs in the state of Ohio, going to Michigan State, and then you've got a dual-threat quarterback in Austin Brenner that can do things like that when plays break down.
And I wonder if that's the thing, Dan, that the Indians were missing last year in the postseason. You mentioned it. Weston Bridges got hurt last year in the postseason matchup against Hudson. And I wonder in that kind of moment if you're thinking, okay, where do we go now? And it seems like Copley has done a better job this year, or made a more concerted effort this year to make sure that they had other weapons other than Bridges in case something happened to him, in case he got tired. We saw it last week where they continued to hand the ball off to Blake Traylor. On the year, just 12 carries, 79 yards, but he was involved a lot in Week 10, and it did two things. You rest Bridges going into the playoffs, but you also develop another weapon that you can lean on to take some pressure off Bridges.
Back to Division 4, Region 13, Perry hosting Holy Name. Mike Patika is joining us now with an update. Mike, how do things look at Perry?
Well, we've had a flurry of big plays, and Holy Name has just scored here to pull within 35-20 with 3:13 left in the third quarter. Perry took advantage of 2 fumble recoveries for 2 touchdowns in the first half and led 14-7. And then maybe the turning point of the game, or when they really took control, is late in the half. Lineman Nick Mason blocked a short Holy Name field goal try, and Josh Petrocelli picked it up and sprinted 97 yards for a touchdown for a 14-point halftime lead. Perry opens the second half with a 43-yard touchdown pass from Colston Brewster to Jacob Petrides, a 43-yard play for a 28-7 lead. Holy Name bounces back with a 4-yard touchdown run by Nick Zablonsky to pull within 2 scores. But then on the kickoff, Jacob Allen runs 85 yards for a touchdown, make it 35-14 Perry. And just now the Jack Stolar run, short run for Stolar to cut the lead to 35-21. Stolar is one of the stories of the game. He's a starting running back, but he's pressed into duty here at quarterback after Joe Carter broke his leg in the Green Waves game last week. And Stolar has been really admirable. A little bit of throwing, some excellent running, some terrific play faking. It looks like he's played the position before, but right now Perry's in charge.
Mike, you mentioned that quarterback injury, and I did want to ask you how they've dealt with that, how Stolar is. Like, what have they really asked him to do? Have they asked him to throw the ball a lot?
He's thrown only 4 passes. He's completed 3 of them for 29 yards. He's got a nice delivery. Looks like he throws a tight spiral. But, they do miss Carter in that regard. He averaged about 200 yards passing per game. And somehow Holy Name has put together 3 touchdown drives, even though Perry can pretty much sit on for a key on the run.
All right, Mike Patika, excuse me, at the Perry and Holy Name game. Thank you for that update. Again, it's 25-20, Perry leading in the closing moments of the third quarter. We're going to take you now to Stowe, a live look in on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, the home of the OHSAA playoffs and championships. Stowe holding on to a 14-10 lead and driving.
Yeah, so McKinley, it looks like they got a big touchdown run to get this thing to 14-10.
And it appears that McKinley actually just stopped Stowe on 4th down. The Stowe Bulldogs had the ball at about the 20-yard line of McKinley. And we will take a look at this play here. A handoff going to the left, and they were stopped right there at the 20-yard line. So McKinley takes over, trying to get back into the game, and they've already gained ground since halftime. It was 14-3 Stowe at the break, and halfway through the third. Now they have the ball back with a chance potentially to take the lead here.
That's a big stop, too, on fourth down, especially running to the left side behind Michael Miranda, the big Penn State recruit. And you saw there, a little misdirection on the run play. Still, maybe a couple of their defenders bit on it here. So let's kind of keep an eye on if McKinley can take advantage of maybe an over-aggressive defense by the Bulldogs.
Got to give McKinley's defense a lot of credit, too, guys, because they go into games understanding that the offense has been struggling.
And that's something Stowe has done
That's
so
exactly
well
right.
here.
And there's the offense from McKinley struggling again, and the offense from McKinley putting the Bulldogs in a tough spot once again. That defense has been called on a lot in the last 5 weeks, and they've stood up and they've met challenges. In a win against Lake, they gave up 14. A win against Jackson, only gave up 14. When they lost against Glen Oak, only gave up 19. Lost against Perry, only gave up 7. So this defense is being asked to do a ton in the last 5 weeks, despite an offense that has struggled mightily. A lot of pressure on that defense, and they've really stood up to the challenge for the most part. Now they have to answer again.
Boy, and Dan, you had just called it the big play defense that Stowe brings to the table, but boy, how about that for that defense stepping up? Your offense just was shut down on fourth down, and McKinley only gets 2 plays before they turn it over again, as we just saw on the Logan Lindsay interception there at the 42-yard line. So now for Stowe, it's back to work on offense and try to grow the lead again.
Yeah, Logan Lindsay, a wide receiver and safety, one of those seniors that's been part of this Bulldogs resurgence over the last few years. He doesn't want to go home tonight. He wants to try and maybe get another crack at St. Edward next week, and a senior out there making plays.
What about Mark North, the coach in Stowe? I mean, here's a program that until when did they make the playoffs the first time in this run? 3 or 4 years
I believe
ago.
it was 2013.
But prior to that, it had been 1992 since their last playoff appearance, and now they're a perennial playoff team. I mean, it's pretty incredible what he's been able to do to build a program there in Stowe.
Yeah, and I think it was always a little frustrating because you had Hudson right next door, who always had such a good program, and you knew there was the potential there. They're similarly sized schools and similar kids going to the schools. You just needed a coach to come in and try and build a program and put something together, some semblance of a program that could maybe turn Stowe around, and he's been able to do that.
One of the oddities there was Ron Wright, who had been coaching Hudson. His sons were playing for Stowe. Remember the game where he went to senior night for his oldest son in Stowe, and then somebody literally flew him in an airplane up to Lost Nation Airport in Mentor because his Explorers were playing in Mentor on the same night, and he was able to coach the second half. So again, Stowe with the lead here. Again, as we look in on the Time Warner Cable Sports Channel coverage, these games will be replayed at various times depending on what part of the state that you're in on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel tonight and into the overnight. But Stowe had a 14-3 lead at halftime. We just caught the tail end of them being stopped on fourth down, but then McKinley comes back on their second down play and throws an interception. So the Stowe Bulldogs trying to add to their 14-10 lead.
They're struggling offensively there, as you can see. We're able to run the ball in the first play, but pressure from McKinley. You get an illegal man downfield. Van Treese got rid of the football, but it's still going to cost them yardage. So some struggles offensively for Stowe, who's been very good most of the year on offense.
And once again, you got to tip your cap to Canton McKinley's defense there as well, because you talk about that offense throwing an interception, probably an ill-advised throw into about triple coverage, and you give Stowe a short field with which to work, and that puts a lot of pressure on Canton McKinley's defense, and it looks like they got the stop that they needed once again.
All right, we had just mentioned Hudson. Tim Bielik is there, the Explorers hosting Copley tonight. All the updates that we've seen, Copley has been in front. Tim, how do things look right now?
Well, it's been a back-and-forth game for the most part early. Halftime just ended. Copley leading Hudson 18-15. The game had about a 16-minute delay after Copley muff punt turned to a Hudson touchdown. They actually had the officials huddled up trying to discuss what was going on. They actually needed a copy of a rule book out there to figure out exactly what was going on, but they let the play stand, and then just a couple plays later, Austin Brenner just cut his way through the Hudson defense, 58 yards for what's proven to be the go-ahead touchdown. And this Copley offense has gotten some plays. They've gotten 2 touchdowns, obviously. Hudson's offense managed 2 field goals, but other than a safety and a touchdown, have not done much offensively.
Tim, what was the confusion on the rule, if you were able to get any kind of interpretation as far as what took so long to sort out. You said a Copley fumble, Hudson wound up with a touchdown on the play?
Well, what it was it was a muff punt outside, or I'd say about the 20-yard line by a Copley returner. The ball bounced a couple times. I think Copley might have touched it once, and then Hudson recovered in the end zone for a touchdown. They ended up kicking the extra point, and obviously they were confused whether or not that should have counted as a touchback or a touchdown, but I guess after about a 16-minute delay, not able to get too much clarification at the moment. I'll get more at the end of the game, but they let it stand. Then Hudson does come back the next drive and goes ahead and takes the lead, so that's where we stand at halftime.
Tim, how was Weston Bridges look tonight?
He had a nice long touchdown catch earlier in the game. Nice long catch and a touchdown to set up an early field goal that put Copley up on the opening drive of the game. He also had another nice couple runs to set up a Copley Hail Mary chance late that was actually knocked down at the goal line to prevent the Indians from getting more points. But he's looked solid so far. But with Copley having the lead in the second half, I imagine Bridges will get more touches.
But it's got to be promising, Tim, for Copley to be able to be up on Hudson, a team that was in the Final Four the last 2 years, despite the fact that their best player, and arguably one of the best in Northeast Ohio, Weston Bridges, hasn't done all that much.
Yeah, and I think you have to give a lot of credit to the Copley defense as well. They've really contained Hudson. Hudson has tried to go over the top with some big pass plays. They haven't really connected. They haven't really gotten the big play as of yet to get into the end zone. No offensive touchdowns. They've had to settle for a couple field goals, and key for Hudson as well. Grant Gagne is the first quarter ended on a kickoff, injured himself. He was carted off the field, so probably will not be back for the rest of this game. So if it gets to a kicking situation, Hudson very likely will not have its talented kicker, Grant Gagne.
Oh, and Grant Gagne, a guy that was kicking as a freshman, and he got thrust into the spotlight the year that Hudson was 10-0. I think it was 2 years ago, right, when they had the big matchup with Mentor on the Thursday night. But interesting news there. Well, Tim Bielik, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And again, at halftime, 18-15, Copley is leading Hudson in Hudson. Let's go back to Stowe. The Comets had a halftime lead over Canton Glen Oak. 12-10 was the score there. And we have some footage of the Comets trying to score again. As we see, it is a handoff right up the middle. Thomas Wilkes for Solon.
Seen that before.
Punches it in, and the Comets expand their lead. It is now 18-10. And I would presume then that they were unable to convert the extra point. So Solon expanding the lead a little bit there over Glen Oak.
Yeah, I'm curious. Solon seems to be having trouble with points after touchdowns.
Yeah,
because
well,
they've scored three times. So I don't know if they've gone for two every
Yeah.
time, or if they're having a kicker issue. Next time we talk to Jeff, it'll be interesting to kind of see what's going on there.
If you put your mind in the coach right now, so you say they were up 12-10 at one point, and he might have been thinking, again, we didn't see this, but he might have been thinking, okay, if I get the touchdown to 2-point conversion, it's 20-10. It's a lot of a different score than it would be if it was 19-10. So that would require, if it's 20-10, that would require a touchdown, an extra point, and a field goal. I don't know. He's probably got one of those charts.
Would you like to tell us how you feel about chasing points?
No.
Okay.
Let's take a look here.
You know how I feel.
Stowe and McKinley, they've got a 3rd and 1 down near the goal line. This is Stowe on offense. Handoff, touchdown, Stowe Bulldogs. So remember, McKinley had just stopped them on 4th down at the McKinley 20. 2 plays later, they turn it over, and Stowe turns it into more points to give them a little bit of cushion in that lead late in the 3rd quarter.
It's a gobble.
Yeah,
right?
It's one of them.
They've got,
this is Joe, right?
Joe Gobble, the
Gobble.
brother of Jason, who was so good last year. They also have
Yes.
Terry and Ray that runs the football for them, and it's Gobble on that play, just kind of pinballing off some guys and falling into the end zone.
You've heard gobble, touchdown, Stowe for a number of years. I think there are teams in Division I, Region 1 that are saying, can we just stop with the gobbles, please?
This is a look back at that 4th down stop. It appears that McKinley was able to pull off against Stowe a little while ago. And the gobbles in Stowe, I mean, the Tupas in Brecksville, we had those forever. My understanding
DeRazio's in Cuyahoga Heights.
The last Tupa is a female, so she's a standout volleyball player and not playing football at least yet.
Still
I think
time.
she's still in yeah,
Still time.
Still time. Tom is still, their dad is still coaching away over there. We've talked at various times tonight about the different regions, and I think we've been working our way through Division II. We haven't touched on Westlake.
Yeah.
They went over to Holland Springfield, and I don't know that we have an update from there.
That's why we haven't touched on Westlake.
But we also have had. We had to go back in the record books. We found out that Westlake, this is the 5th time they've been in the playoffs. Their only win was in 1984. Correct me, Dan, if
I believe that was it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was when the regions had 4 playoff teams each that got in. So they won a game and got to the state semifinal. That's their only playoff victory. Springfield has never won a playoff game. So a couple of teams that are in a little bit of interesting territory. But Westlake, I mean, here, the Demons, they hung with Avon Lake during the regular season. They hung with Midview when they had to play out there against the Middies. You know, if you go back and look at their schedule, I mean, this was a team that looked like, man, they're much improved over what they have been, not only last year, but even going back a couple of years before that.
Yeah, I mean, find me a bad loss, right? Avon Lake, who we've talked about, a playoff team. Avon, who you mentioned, lost by 14. Midview beat them by 21 points. Midview's 9-1. There's not a bad loss on this schedule, and they have a good coach. Obviously, Jason Hall. He's a guy that they got from Massillon, so you know that he can coach a little bit, and he's starting to build something there in Westlake.
And for Westlake, it's already been a successful season. No matter what happens tonight against Springfield, 10-0, by the way. No matter what happens, you know that you're going in the right direction, and you know that you have some answers. Mainly, do you have the right coach? Yes. Do you seem to have the right kids in your program? Yes. And this experience for a team that's growing and building something, just getting to the postseason and getting a taste of that, is something that's going to be very, very beneficial when you talk about 2017, 18, 19, and moving forward, no matter what happens.
So the Jeromesville-Hillsdale syndrome, where they're headed in the right direction just by getting to the playoffs.
Yeah.
At halftime, Avon had a 16-7 lead over Avon Lake, and we talked about how Avon was getting the ball first. Would it be important for them to go out and score? But here we see Avon Lake has come up with the touchdown pass. Burris on the receiving end of that, but it appears that they did give up a score prior to that or after that, but Avon now with a 23-13 lead on Avon Lake. And so with that play, gentlemen, Avon Lake trying to pull their way back into this one?
Yeah, and you get yourself within 10. That's big. You give up some points, you answer with points of your own, and now you've got to see if your defense can get a stop on that Avon offense. You hate to see that Avon offense, though, get rolling if you're on that other side, because they don't slow down once they kind of get moving.
But this is, again, the growth of a program and the evolution of a program. For Avon Lake, they've had to abandon an old style, adopt a new style, spread offense, put the ball in the hands of your quarterback, and for them, not being in the playoffs since 2013, good on them for understanding it's time to evolve, it's time to change, and even just getting within striking distance against Avon is a big step for a Shoreman program that has been down the last couple of years.
And Avon Lake with 2 touchdowns tonight, something they have not done against Avon in 3 years, so that alone, as you said, just making strides in the right direction for the Shoreman. We've been tap dancing around the Division II regions, and we just talked about Westlake a little bit. Who do you see? I mean, I guess we can almost take that half of the bracket. I mean, is Avon the answer? Is Avon the best team? And even if you were to compare it to Chardon's region on the other side,
right?
How can you compare an Avon versus a Chardon? And are you looking at the strength of the competition when you make those types of comparisons?
Well, I think, we talked earlier about Cuyahoga Heights and Kirtland, right? Wanting to see that matchup. I think the matchup everybody kind of wants to see over in Region 6 is the Avon-Midview rematch.
Right.
Because those games have always been so great over the years. High scoring, a lot of fun. They're usually about three and a half hours long, it feels like. But that's always kind of the matchup you want to see. Avon, probably the favorite right now in that region, especially because they beat Midview earlier. you never sleep on Glenville. They're sitting there at number 5. They played a tough early schedule. So I think there's some teams that can do some damage in there. But Avon Midview is kind of that's the big ticket in that region that I think everybody kind of wants to see.
Yeah.
Where I was going to flip back to Division I really quick. And last time we checked in with St. Ignatius and Jackson, it was 28-0 Wildcats at halftime. Bill Mayville is there and has another update for us on the Polar Bears and St. Ignatius.
Hey guys, yeah, we reached the end of the third quarter here. It is now 35-0 St. Ignatius. Levinsky's third touchdown of the day on St. Ignatius' first drive of the second half is what put the lead over the top at 35-0, and we're in running clock time. In fact, we're now a long run by Stowers actually is giving St. Ignatius the ball 1st and 10 at the Jackson 14-yard line. So they're knocking on the door again.
All right, Bill Mayville, thank you for that. Going into the fourth quarter, a 35-0 lead for the Wildcats over Jackson, who again is looking for their first playoff victory in 15 years. They haven't been to the postseason since 2004. We were touching before we got the update there from St. Ignatius on Division II, and you guys were talking about Glenville and some of the other schools. And Chris, I may have interrupted you, but you had a thought to that end before we checked in with Bill.
Well, as much as people are talking about, let's see Avon against Midview, unless you're from Barberton, probably, people are starting to say, well, how about that Aurora-Chardon matchup? How nice would that be in a potential regional final? Chardon's a team that is so different and so unusual that I just don't think you can ever count them out in a playoff one-and-done situation. So while I do agree with Dan that it has been all season long, Avon and then everybody else, Aurora's got the playoff experience, Aurora's not going to go quietly, and Chardon is a team that's so unconventional that they frustrate you. They get you out of what you do, and sometimes one mistake when going up against that offense, being in the wrong gap, can be the difference between a stop and a touchdown. So don't count out Chardon either.
I think what would be interesting about that matchup, too, is we've talked about it on this show. It's hard to prepare for Chardon, right? Because you almost have to teach your scout team how to run that offense before you can prepare for it. But Aurora, they don't run that offense, but they are a run-heavy offense, and they use a lot of misdirection, and they do run the ball a lot. So that defense has at least seen something similar to what Chardon runs. So I'd be curious to kind of see how they matched up against Chardon and having to face that. And Aurora is always so disciplined defensively anyway, and they have guys that can disrupt and break through the line and change directions of running back. So I think that would be an interesting matchup for that reason as well.
But it is so interesting because sometimes teams say, okay, we're going to use this guy as the scout team quarterback. Let's say it's a dual threat quarterback. It's a running quarterback. All right, we're going to use our wide receiver to prepare us. And then you go through all that preparation and you're feeling great about yourself. And then you actually see it up close in person and you're like, oh my gosh, that's a lot different than what we practiced against. And I think it has that same shocking effect when you go against Chardon. You put in the time, you feel like you're prepared, and then you actually go against it and you're like, oh my gosh, this is way different, because there's just no way to prepare for it because it's so different from what everybody else does that you've played on your schedule to that point.
And it tells you a little bit, because you would listen to this conversation and say, well, why doesn't everybody do that? Or why don't more teams try to do that? But I'm sure it has to do with who's on the team.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to have the talent and the ability to be able to run an offense like that.
I mean, you need a specific kind of offensive lineman. You need a quarterback that's really, really smart, that can read the defense. You need to have great ball handling, great timing, all of that kind of stuff. It's so much about chemistry. It's so much about rhythm. It's so much about timing. If you want to try and duplicate it, fine, but it's probably going to take 4 or 5 years to try and get that down, and by the time you have it down, now you're looking for a new quarterback, now you're looking for a new running back, so it has to be a system that's in place. You can't just be like, okay, I'm going to go out and do what Chardon does tomorrow, because it's very, very complex with a little hint of simple. It's strange, but that's the way it is.
Last report as the conversation continues to gravitate back towards Chardon. They were leading Bedford 42-0 at halftime. We'll continue to bring you updates here on Friday Night Huddle all the way until 11 o'clock, and we'll continue to bring you updates on the Cuyahoga Heights band. Krista Defini, our band correspondent, a student at Independence High School, heading up the road just a little bit to check out the Redskin band. After that, we will be right back. We have 8 minutes.
All right.
Okay.
Just as athletes need proper sleep for optimum performance, so do fans. To be your best, you need your rest on a properly fitted mattress from Mattress Warehouse. A good night's sleep on the right mattress prepares you for whatever the day throws at you. Visit Mattress Warehouse for a custom sleep assessment, and we'll help you find the right mattress for a great night's sleep and a productive day. Sleep like a champion, play like a champion with the perfect mattress from Mattress Warehouse.
The best thing Tri-C did for me was give me opportunities. The workforce program prepared me for the career I have now. I got a job in the aerospace industry where I work on CNC machines. I have 3 younger brothers. I want to teach my brothers, hard work actually pays off. Come to Tri-C. It's a great stepping stone to wherever you're trying to get to in life. My name is Chris Grooms, and I got my start at Tri-C.
Saturdays, after the big game, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is Ohio's destination for all things college football. Join Les Levine and Anthony Lima as they break down all the day's action. Listen in live on Coach Urban Meyer's news conference and take your calls on the road ahead for the Scarlet and Gray. More sports and Les Levine postgame. Saturdays after the game on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
I'm Stipe Miocic, world heavyweight champion for Nature Stone, and Cleveland's first hometown champ. Fighting can be brutal, so can mold, mildew, or flooding on your basement carpet or tile. Get Nature Stone and never replace your basement flooring again.
Hurry, act now. Get Nature Stone and save up to 50%. That's up to 50% off authentic Nature Stone flooring.
Nature Stone, like me, simply the best.
Act now. Call or visit naturestone.com today.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, Classic Teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action, get updates as they happen, on cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle. Dominion East Ohio is proud to salute young people in our area who work toward their goals both in the classroom and on the field. We're proud to serve our community and are committed to making a difference. Each year, Dominion partners with schools throughout the region and the entire country to develop new programs aimed at strengthening math and science education in our schools from kindergarten through high school. For more information about our programs, services, and community involvement, www.dom.com. Dominion, it all starts here.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
Tuesday nights are for Ohio college football. And now, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is teaming up with your favorite site where Ohio State fans gather, 11 Warriors. Join Marissa Contapelli and the pros who know the team best as they preview the week ahead. 11 Warriors Report, Tuesday nights at 7, only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Some movement throughout this week's Super 25. Upper Arlington dropped 7 spots to number 25 after their 27-21 loss to Dublin Kaufman a week ago. Springfield at 7-3 moves into the Super 25 at number 24 after a 7-point win over Kettering Fairmont. They'll face Pickerington Central in the first round of the playoffs this week. Fairfield moves into the 23rd spot after a 42-0 shutout of Hamilton. Fairfield draws St. Xavier this week in Division I Region 4 playoff action. 8-2 Toledo Whitmer cracks the Super 25 at number 22 after a 41-7 win over Toledo St. John's Jesuit. Whitmer faces Medina in the first round of the playoffs this week. 9-1 Midview moves up 3 spots to number 21 after a 49-42 overtime thriller a week ago. The Middies face Olmsted Falls in the playoffs this week. Massillon Perry had a great 30-24 come-from-behind win over Glen Oak a week ago. The Panthers open the playoffs hosting Uniontown Lake tonight. Cincinnati Turpin moves up a spot to number 19 after their 30-14 win over Loveland. Turpin hosts Harrison in week 1 of the playoffs. Chardon a perfect 10-0 after their 49-7 win over South. Checks in at number 18. The Hilltoppers have a playoff date with Bedford tonight. 8-2 Trotwood Madison falls 5 spots to 17 after their 17-6 loss to Wayne. No time for the Rams to worry about that. They face Wapakoneta in the first round of the playoffs this week. Dublin Kaufman, 8-2 on the year, moves up a spot to 16 after beating Upper Arlington. The Shamrocks face Hilliard-Davidson tonight in the first round of the playoffs. Speaking of Hilliard-Davidson, they continue to roll. They beat Westland 56-0 to improve to 8-2 on the year. The 15th-ranked Wildcats playing well as they get ready for Kaufman tonight. Hilliard-Bradley finished up the regular season by shutting out Delaware Hayes 31-0. Bradley faces Pickerington North tonight. Columbus St. Francis de Sales, perfect in the regular season, 10-0. The Stallions ranked 13th in the Super 25. Play Sheridan in the first round of the playoffs this week. The Solon Comets move up a spot to number 12. Solon won a 51-43 battle with Medina. To improve to 9-1 on the year, they host Glen Oak in a playoff matchup tonight. Stowe remains number 11 in our Super 25 after beating North Royalton 34-7. The 9-1 Bulldogs host Canton McKinley in a Division I Region 1 tussle tonight. Avon stays number 10 in the Super 25. The Eagles took care of Olmsted Falls 42-19. They'll face Avon Lake in the first round of the playoffs tonight. Pickerington Central stays at number 9 after beating Grove City 41-0. They'll face number 24 Springfield in the first round of the playoffs this week. Olentangy Liberty, 10-0 on the year, is the 8th-ranked team. Liberty will face Olentangy Orange in a first-round playoff match tonight. Toledo Central Catholic slips a spot to number 7 after a 35-34 win over Lima Senior a week ago. The Fighting Irish get Bay in the first round of the playoffs this week. Hoban finishes the regular season 9-1 after shutting out Benedict in 28-0. They face Warren Howland in the first round of the playoffs this week. St. Ed, 7-2 on the year, falls a couple of spots to number 5 after their 34-7 loss to St. Ignatius. The Eagles face Euclid in a battle in Division I Region I playoffs tonight. LaSalle checks in at number 4. They beat Elder 24-10 last week to finish up the regular season. They get Edgewood in the first round of the playoffs tonight. St. Ignatius climbs 5 spots to number 3. The Wildcats improved to 9-1 on the year with an impressive 27-point win over their arch-rival St. Ed's last week. The Cats play Jackson in the playoffs tonight. Wayne, 9-0-1, holds down the number 2 spot with their win over Trotwood Madison a week ago. The Warriors are getting ready for their playoff battle with Lancaster tonight. And Cincinnati Colerain stays the number 1 team in our Super 25. The Cardinals improved to 10-0 with a 48-20 win over Cincinnati Oak Hills a week ago. No time to celebrate. Colerain opens the state playoffs against Springboro tonight.
And Dave Bacon, a look at the final Ohio Super 25 of the season as the playoffs are underway tonight. We've been bringing you updates all throughout the evening, and many of the games are winding down, but here on Friday Night Huddle, we're just winding up, ready for the stretch run here to get the finals in and get the bracket set up as to who is going to be matching up next week. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but again, Dave Scozen here with Chris Fedor immediately to my right and Dan Lobby a little bit farther to my right. But any surprises out of what we have seen so far tonight as far as the two of you are concerned?
It's got to be Avon Lake, right?
Yeah, Avon Lake hanging with Avon. And Copley is the other one, Copley Hudson.
Yeah.
Although that's not all that surprising because it's 4-5. So I'm with Dan. I'd say Avon Lake taking that next step, showing the growth of the program, showing that they've got the offense to hang with Avon. Avon is a team that is used to blowing out opponents. Avon is a team that is used to scoring at ease, at will, and it just hasn't been that case tonight against Avon Lake. The Shoremen will not go away.
I mean, that has to be it. In my mind, based on what we've seen, here they are. They have the lead over Avon. I mean, that's pretty crazy if you think about it. A team that hasn't been in the playoffs for so long.
And I don't know that we've exactly gone to all of those scores at this point, but we should look at the cleveland.com scoreboard and get some updates on many of those games. And there's that Aurora score, Chris Fedor. I mean, we've talked about the Greenman quite a bit, and Barberton making their first playoff appearance in 18 years, but hanging around, I guess you could say, at least based on a 13-0 score at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the regular season matchup went in favor of Aurora 49-28, so Barberton showed in that game that they were able to score some points with their quarterback throwing for over 300 yards and 3 touchdowns. But when Aurora gets into the postseason, they really, really lock in offensively and defensively, and there's a reason why in the postseason they start to play their best football. They're coached well, they game plan well, and they saw Barberton one time, and now they're trying to take away what the Magics do best, which is throw the football.
Copley and Hudson, the last report that we had, you guys had already touched on it, was 18-15. Copley was in front in that one going into the second half. Here, Warren Harding with a 35-14 lead on Brecksville, and the two of you had discussed the Bees previously where, they can beat you with their offense.
Yeah.
They haven't found a lot of other ways to beat teams so far this year, and it looks like Warren Harding's controlling the Brecksville offense to this point.
Yeah, Brecksville beats you 42-35. They don't beat you 42-10, so their defense just hasn't really held up tonight, it looks like.
Scrolling farther down on the cleveland.com scoreboard, Avon Lake at Avon. Now, the last report that we had gotten from, I don't even know if we'd gotten the report from Matt Gould, but it was 23-20. Avon was in front at one point, but you guys are seeing some other updates in addition to that, correct?
27-26 is the last update I got.
The Avon Lake is actually
end of the
winning.
third. Matt Gould tweeted end of the third. Avon Lake 27, Avon 26.
I mean, that's got to be the surprise of the night.
Yeah, and you wonder how a team like Avon that hasn't been in a lot of close games, those kids haven't played in a lot of close games, you wonder how they're going to respond going into the fourth quarter, knowing that they've got 12 minutes with a brilliant season on the line against a team that they've already played. Do they start to tighten up a little bit? After all, we're talking about kids, and emotions play a big, big part in who wins and who loses.
Glenville making the long trip out to White House, Ohio. That's a little west of Toledo, and they trail Anthony Wayne 21-0 in that one. Glenville winners of 7 in a row after getting off to the slow start. Any thoughts on the Tarblooders and not putting up any points?
Well, with Glenville, they played that tough early schedule. They lost to Euclid, they lost to Olentangy Liberty, they lost to St. Edward.
Right.
And then they ran through the Senate League as they usually do. Didn't allow any points after September 23rd. Rhodes was the last team to score against them back on September 16th. So Glenville can sometimes be a little tough to get a read on. They always play that tough early schedule.
Right.
Always a team you need to watch out for, as we have right up here currently trailing them.
I think it's always better for a team, and Glenville can't control this, and some other teams around Northeast Ohio can't control this. But I do think it's always better for a team to have one tough game or 2 tough games right before the postseason for a bit of a wake-up call, and so that the kids can understand, okay, this is what it's going to be like, as opposed to going through the easy part of your schedule, feeling like you've got confidence, feeling like you've got momentum, but the truth is you just haven't been tested as much.
This, by the way, is a snapshot of the Division II Region 6, not necessarily the bracket, but the teams that are involved in that. Midview and Olmsted Falls, last report we had there, it was 17-14 Olmsted Falls at halftime.
Got an update here.
And that is?
Midview is trailing 31-20.
Wow.
That's a little
Spencer Linville, a 2-yard touchdown run.
Yeah, I mean, Olmsted Falls, I would think, got a lot of confidence from playing against Midview earlier this year and playing Midview the way that they did. The final score, 28-21, so they were able to hold in check Midview in a way that other teams haven't been able to. And they had the ball with under 2 minutes to go, driving down the field. Their drive stopped at the 8-yard line on 4th down. It looked like they were going to complete a pass, but instead it was batted away. It was deflected. So even in a loss, and that's why sometimes, guys, we talk about it, even in a loss for certain teams, you can gain something from that. And I would think that Olmsted Falls gained from the fact that they were able to hang with Midview, even though they didn't come away with the win.
That last score that was on the cleveland.com scoreboard there has Holland Springfield leading Westlake 31-7. You would presume that's at some point in the second half. One playoff win ever between those two teams, and Westlake had it back in 1984, so it appears that Springfield will get off the schneid, so to speak.
Springfield's 10-0 for a reason here. And again, we're talking about Westlake, a team that is building, growing. They were 3-7 last year. So the fact that they're 7-3 this year and they made the postseason, that is a huge step for the Demons.
And one of the things when you're building a program, you talk to a coach, the thing about making the playoffs, you know what those kids weren't doing this last week? They weren't getting ready to play basketball. They weren't getting ready to wrestle.
Good point.
They had another week of football practice, and that's big for a coach like Jason Hall.
All right, we talked about Avon and Avon Lake, the Shoremen trying to pull off the upset. Let's take a look at Avon Lake with the ball at Avon at the 2-yard line. Snap, handoff, Tyler Nelson, touchdown, Avon Lake. So the Shoremen, as we had indicated before, are in the lead, 27-26 going into the fourth quarter.
I mean, that's where you want to be.
Oh, my gosh.
With the lead going into the fourth quarter, you couldn't ask for a better scenario. That's exactly what Avon Lake wanted.
When is the last time that Avon was in that spot? I mean, last year.
This early in the postseason.
Well, they lost to Midview last year during the regular season. They obviously didn't, make it all the way through the playoffs. But I mean, that's one of the things that I think you have to look at is it's been a long time since Avon has even trailed late in a game, because even their game against Midview this year, which was at Midview, that might have been one of the tougher opponents that they faced. Once it got to the third, fourth quarter, they had a 2-3 score lead. I mean, it wasn't tight like this game is tonight against Avon Lake.
And that's been the script. They were close against Olmsted Falls, I believe, but then they pulled away, and the final score was 42-19. So their script has been, we have been tested early. We've played close in the first half. but our offense has always been able to pull away, and our defense has always been able to get enough stops that the final score is going to be double digits. I guess the last time they were tested like this, maybe last year in the postseason against Perrysburg?
I guess.
Got to be the last time. And some of the kids that they're playing right now that are in this situation, they were there, but they didn't have the particular role that they have right now, something Dan alluded to earlier.
And something interesting here, Avon Lake has scored 27. Well, the most points that Avon has given up all year is the 28 to Midview.
Right.
So their defense has given up more than they've given up in most games. And you brought it up. You got guys that haven't played necessarily in these situations. This isn't Jake Sopko anymore.
Right.
It's Matt Kelly, and he's going to be asked to make some big plays for this team down the stretch and see what he's learned from Sopko before he left for Cincinnati.
It's the type of thing that's good for a rivalry like that,
yeah.
where it had been very one-sided in favor of Avon over the past few years. Glen Oak was hanging with top-seeded Solon in Division I, Region 1. It was 12-10 at halftime, and then it was 18-10. That's where we're going to pick things up in Solon as we take a look at the Comets taking on the Golden Eagles. And they've got quite a ways to go to the end zone, but here's Bubonics with a pass that is caught by Anthony. It's Zardell. Yes.
That's right.
Touchdown, Solon. So with the extra point, and they went for one, even though we've seen their tendency to go for two, 25-10, the Comets seem to be putting some distance between themselves and Glen Oak.
And that's what happens in a lot of these matchups.
Yep.
The better team tends to separate. It hasn't happened in all the matchups, as we saw with Avon versus Avon Lake and some other games, but most of the time when you're a really good team like Solon, you're able to separate as the game goes on.
And we're seeing Solon's defense bounce back because last week against Medina, very uncharacteristic to allow 43 points to anybody, holding Glen Oak to 10 points. Tate Rhodes back at quarterback. He returned a couple of weeks ago. So we're seeing that Solon defense that we have talked about so much throughout the course of the regular season show its true colors. And now you can say last week against Medina, an anomaly, not the norm.
We've been getting updates throughout the night from Krista DeFini, our student band correspondent. She gave up her Independence High School ties tonight to go up to Cuyahoga Heights and take care of things for us with Cuyahoga Heights and Hillsdale. Well, Bryant Kaiser is there to actually cover the game and is joining us now. What is the latest from Cuyahoga Heights, Bryant?
Oh, we got a final score. Cuyahoga Heights 24, Hillsdale 7.
24-7, and was it the continual grinded out ground game that score would seem to indicate?
Oh, yes, it is. The ground game and defense. A lot of defense from the Redskins. I also had a head coach, Art Al Martin, ready to go on the phone. Would you like to talk to him?
Absolutely.
We would love to talk to him.
Okay.
Coach, how are you? Are you there, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, it's Dave Scozen here with Chris Fedor and Dan Lobby on a Friday Night Huddle with cleveland.com and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. First of all, congratulations, Coach, and you advanced to the second round of the playoffs. Can I ask a very cliche question? What was the key for you to get past Hillsdale tonight?
Well, our defense played really, really well. They were a physical team. They played really well defensively, but we scuffled around the first half a lot, turned it over a couple times, but our defense and our special teams really played well throughout the whole night. So they weren't able to establish anything on the ground, which made them throw a little bit, and we were able to intercept a couple balls. So our defense played great tonight.
Coach, I know this was a few weeks ago, but you get the huge win against Kirtland 21-0. How did you keep your players focused, meaning that Kirtland wasn't the entire season for them and there were bigger things still in front of them?
Well, fortunately, we had our rivals the next week in Independence, who was having a really good year at that point as well. So it was easy for our kids when the conference title was on the line, and they were playing the rivals in Week 10.
All right, Coach Al Martin with Cuyahoga Heights. Again, a victory tonight over Jeromesville Hillsdale. Congratulations on that one, and we certainly appreciate you taking a few minutes to join us.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, Coach Al Martin, and we also would like to welcome those of you who have been watching Hilliard-Davidson and Dublin-Kaufman tonight on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, the home of the OHSAA playoffs and championships. Again, Dave Scozen here, Dan Lobby over there, Chris Fedor immediately to my right. So Cuyahoga Heights coming away with a convincing victory. A few segments ago, we talked about, could they get that rematch with Kirtland, which we alluded to in the conversation with Coach Martin there, the shutout victory for Cuyahoga Heights a couple of weeks ago. But now a quarter of that bargain has been held up with the one victory for Cuyahoga Heights.
Yeah, and the team that really wants that rematch is Kirtland, of course, because they got shut out by Cuyahoga Heights. But Cuyahoga Heights has big goals this season, had an undefeated regular season, had that big win against Kirtland. This is a team that wants to get to and win a state championship. And I like that they got tested a little bit tonight. I think that's a good thing because they haven't faced a lot of tests for 48 minutes like they had to tonight against a team like Hillsdale. That's a good thing in round one of the playoffs, especially when you win the game. Obviously, if you get tested and lose, you don't like that. But you get tested and win, you'll take that.
And it really does seem like Cuyahoga Heights plays its best when they're playing against the better teams. You heard Coach Martin say, after Kirtland, we had our rival there with Independence, and then they played really well in that game. So they beat Kirtland 21-0. They beat Independence 45-7. Now here they are in the postseason against Hillsdale. They get a 24-7 win. So they seem to rise to the moment. And their defense in the biggest games of the year has been the thing that has carried Cuyahoga Heights. And that's something that you want to have this time of year. You don't know what the weather is going to be like. You don't know what kind of opponent you're going to play. It could be an option team. It could be a spread team. It could be a run the football team. You want to be able to lean on that defense, and the Redskins' defense in the last 3 weeks has given up 14 total points.
Hey, we welcomed in the Kaufman-Davidson crowd to this game. Let's give some love to Kaufman getting revenge in that game. 24-3, they get revenge for that earlier loss to Hilliard-Davidson. So welcome aboard, Dublin-Kaufman fans. Congratulations.
Sounds like a broken record, but let's look at the games that are close or the games that are quote-unquote upsets. They played each other in the regular season, so you get a view of the opponent. It's extra scouting. It's not as much to prepare for.
One of the other many games that we have been following is Hudson and Copley. Last report, Copley had an 18-15 lead on the Hudson Explorers. This is in Division II, Region 5. Let's take a look now. Copley with the ball once again, about 6 yards out, and here is a run to the right side, and Copley gets the touchdown to expand their lead to 25-15. That game's still slugging along in the third quarter.
So as it should between those two teams, slugging is the word to use. A couple of teams that can play some power football, and you saw a little bit of it there.
Wait, was Hudson the team that is likely to be without their starting kicker for the remainder of the game? We didn't get an update on that one, but boy, when you're talking about 10-point lead for Copley and something that you may need if you're Hudson is a field goal, you certainly would need an extra point too if you scored a touchdown. Tough spot for the Explorers to be in.
Yeah, even a team that's prone to go for two, as they did to beat Stowe down at the end, or has already picked up a safety in that game as they have tonight. So you mentioned that Dublin-Kaufman coming up with the win over Hilliard-Davidson, and that, of course, a matchup taking place in Division I, Region 3.
Region 3.
And that means that Kaufman is in line to take on either the defending state runner-up, Huber Heights Wayne, or Lancaster, depending on the outcome of that game. Any thoughts on, I mean, I know especially in northern Ohio, we see Wayne primarily close to the end of the season and in the playoffs, but any thoughts on ways to devise to try and knock them off?
Well, the difference for the Shamrocks is they haven't seen either one of those teams that they would face in the next round, and there's just not that same familiarity. And Hilliard-Davidson is the kind of team that you have to see them to really get a feel for what it is they want to do, and you have to have that familiarity if you're going to try and slow down that option, the misdirection, so doubling Kaufman won't have that same advantage going into the next round.
Yeah, and Wayne did beat Lancaster 52-7, so they pick up.
And Wayne's just like in the corner saying, "Hey, guys, talk about us. Hello. We haven't lost yet. We do have a tie, but talk about us. We were the runner-up last year. We haven't lost since that point. So hello, you want to talk about us?"
Play your way into the conversation, right? If nobody's talking about you, play your way into the conversations.
Let's go back to Solon once again. They were taking on Canton. Glen Oak had a lead that seemed to be increasing, and at last check it was 25-10 because they kicked an extra point. I know we've joked about that, but here we go again with the Comets knocking on the doorstep against the Golden Eagles, and from 5 yards out, Thomas Wilkes with his third touchdown of the night for the Solon Comets. They kick it again and have a 32-10 lead over Canton Glen Oak.
It's 11 in 3 weeks now for Thomas Wilkes. 11 times he's gotten into the end zone in 3 weeks.
Logan Toot type numbers.
Yeah, right.
Manaway Crestwood.
And you saw right there just the physicality of Solon's front line, opening up those holes for Thomas Wilkes. And it's a precarious spot for Canton Glen Oak to be in right now, trying to come back on a team that can control the ball so well. They can control the line of scrimmage so well. They can move bodies so well. And they play such great defense. So being down 22 against Solon that late in the game where they're just going to go to the kill the clock mode, it's a tough spot for Canton Glen Oak to be in.
And I think we talked about this early on in the show. Again, we started around 7 o'clock on cleveland.com, but Solon is the #1 seed in Division I, Region 1, and that's ahead of St. Ignatius and ahead of St. Edwards, who I think a lot of us throughout the season thought, hey, they are 1 and 2, and then there's everyone else. But you look at what Solon is doing in a playoff situation against a battle-tested Glen Oak team. Can we put any kind of measuring stick on them based on what looks like is going to become a victory tonight?
Well, I think what's so interesting about Region 1 is, you obviously have those private school powers in St. Edward and St. Ignatius, but then you have two kind of public school powers who are going to have a say in all of this, in Solon and Stowe. And Solon's only loss, as we've talked about all year long, is to Stowe. I'm sure they want another shot at Stowe because the Bulldogs knocked them out of the playoffs last year. And I mean, Solon looks every bit like a team that can go and win that region, and looks like one of those Jim McQuaid teams that is just really, really good and can beat anybody anywhere. I'm curious to see how that region will play out among those top four.
And if you spin it forward to next week, you better bring some extra pads. Solon, St. Ignatius, hard hits, physicality at the line of scrimmage, defense, defense, defense. And here's the other thing that I think Solon has going for them in that matchup against St. Ignatius. Not making a prediction or anything like that, but they're not going to be intimidated by the paw. Sometimes teams in Division I, whether it's Northeast Ohio, whether it's Central Ohio, Cincinnati area, you look across the field, you see St. Ignatius and the aura and the state championships, and you see that paw, and mentally you're beaten in a way, for however many points you want it to quantify, you're beaten in a way before you even take the field against St. Ignatius because there's an aura around the program.
So we are spinning it ahead again. St. Ignatius was up 30, and I think rightfully so. They were ahead 35-0 going to the fourth quarter.
Give up 8 points per game.
Right.
So yeah, I think so.
So odds are it will be, as you said, Solon against Cleveland, St. Ignatius next week, and then the other portion of that bracket. Now, you had a score of Stowe leading Canton McKinley 31-10.
I think that's gone final now. I think Stowe has finished that off. I believe it was 35-10.
And we are welcoming those of you who were watching Stowe and Canton McKinley on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. Again, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is the home of the OHSAA playoffs and championships. So congratulations to Stowe with the 35-10 victory. One of you had also given a lopsided score for St. Ed's against Euclid. And do we have a final on that?
I don't know if I've seen a final yet.
It was getting close to it.
We do have a final.
So now it'll be a 2 versus 3 matchup, St. Ed's against Stowe. And Stowe, another one of those teams, like Solon, where throughout the season we said, okay, they're good and they're winning all the games that they should. They beat Solon. But St. Ignatius, St. Ed's, and then everyone else, quote unquote. What do we think here as Stowe actually gets to go up against St. Ed's in the second round.
Well, I think part of it is you looked at last year, right?
Right.
Stowe was so good, went undefeated all the way to the state semifinals, and played St. Ed's, who went on to win a state title and got beat 42-7. You kind of look at that and say, okay, you guys are a good team. Are you an elite team? Now, this isn't the same St. Edward team from a year ago, but I think that's still kind of fresh in everyone's mind. All right, Stowe, you've been good. This year, 9-1, and now 10-1. Now, what have you got going back against St. Edward? Is it going to be the same kind of results as last year? Can you make a game of it? Can you beat them and take that next step as a program?
Playing against St. Ed's, like playing against St. Ignatius, is very, very intimidating. They've won state championship in Division I in back-to-back years. So the good thing for Stowe is a number of their players that are going into this year's matchup against St. Ed's went up against the Eagles last year, and they got a feel for St. Ed's. They got all of that, whatever it is that they would have to get over in that first matchup, out of the way. And as Dan said, there's no greater motivator than revenge. We've seen it in the NBA, we've seen it in the NBA, we've seen it in the NFL, we've seen it in Major League Baseball. It just doesn't matter. So these Stowe kids, they want revenge against St. Ed's.
You mentioned revenge. How about Olentangy Orange and Olentangy Liberty? They played a couple of weeks ago. Yes, the Olentangy region, our favorite. Division I, Region 2, it was a 1-versus-8 game. I don't have necessarily a result from that at this point, but they played a couple of weeks ago. Now, Liberty's 10-0.
I'll take Olentangy.
Orange 6-4, but they played to double overtime.
Yeah.
Okay, a rivalry game. It appears that they will play Toledo-Whitmer in the second round. Now, the last reports we had, Whitmer was hosting Medina. Medina in the playoffs for the first time since 2010. Whitmer, a perennial playoff team. Interesting thing there, they've been in the playoffs 8 years in a row. Between 2010 and 2012, they were 10-3 in the playoffs. They're 1-3 since then, but obviously showing they're flexing some muscle tonight against Medina. Did we get a final on that one yet, or is it still?
Well, I can tell you Liberty beat Orange 24-17.
Okay, so they are 11-0, so the revenge thing is out the window.
We'll see if we can find a Whitmer-Medina final here.
But Whitmer's the kind of team that has been flying under the radar, and they would probably put a little bit of fear in other teams in Division I just because of their playoff experience and because just look at their schedule. Dan and I were talking about this off the air. Their only 2 losses are against undefeated Detroit Catholic Central, the same team that beat St. Ignatius, and then 10-0 Central Catholic from Toledo. So when you've played that kind of schedule and those are your only 2 losses, this isn't your typical 8-2 team.
Well, I can tell you Medina, this is from the Medina Athletics account, was trailing 31-14. Game is now tied at 31.
Wow. See, that's the thing that we know about Medina is that they can put up points. They showed that last week against Solon. When you can put up 43 against a defense the caliber of Solon, you never feel like you're out of a game. They kept coming back and coming back and coming back against Solon, and it appears they've done the same thing against Whitmer tonight.
All right, and we do have another look at another play that has transpired. I believe it's going to be a defensive highlight. Let's take a look and see what we have right here. This is, once again, Solon and Glen Oak, yes? Yes, and it's an interception by Andrew Mason. He is going to pick it off at his own 30-yard line, make it his 25-yard line, and run and run and run and take it all the way back. And so Solon puts more points on the board, and that is how they finish off this game. 39-10. The Comets do prevail, and they have advanced for that matchup against St. Ignatius next week.
How can't they score? You know what I mean? Like, they can score through the air, they can score on the ground, now they can score defensively. We've seen them score on special teams. Like, again, the St. Ignatius-Solon matchup is going to be one of the better ones in a long time in Northeast Ohio because the two teams are very, very similar from the standpoint of they're so complete and they're so balanced.
How can you not love the way Region 1 is playing out right now, right? I mean, isn't this kind of what you
wanted?
wanted?
If you're some teams in Region 1, you probably don't like it.
As a neutral
There's 4
observer,
that I can name right now.
As a neutral observer, though, you've got the 4 best teams that are going to duke it out over the next few weeks.
You know, the other interesting thing about Solon, when you talked about all the different ways they can beat you, I think if you think back to last year, the 2015 regular season, and that game they had against Mentor, and you know, Mentor's not in the playoffs this year, which hasn't happened in a while.
Right.
I mean, it's a little odd to think about that, but they came out and beat them, and it seemed like Solon, that was one of those games for them where we started to see that, and we started to see where, okay, they can score a touchdown this way, they can stop you on defense, they can do all these different things, and it appears that that's coming to fruition in a positive light, obviously, for the Comets, who once again were winners tonight over Canton Glen Oak, 39-10, and will take on St. Ignatius next week. We are also tracking games in Division II.
Yep.
And we also want to welcome those of you who were watching Miamisburg hosting Kings tonight on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. Miamisburg coming up with a narrow victory, 28-24. Remember, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, the home of the OHSAA playoffs and championships. Dave Scozen here, Dan Lobby all the way to the far end of the desk on my right, and alongside also is Chris Fedor. So Kings over Miamisburg Miamisburg over Kings, as we mentioned right there, and that was a matchup in one of the Southern Ohio divisions. Any thoughts on either of those two teams? I know that.
Well, I mean, you look at Miamisburg, lost big to Wayne, who's 10-0-1 right now.
Saying, hey, hi guys, we're still here.
But then also lost their other losses to Springboro, 7-4 team, a 1-point game. So no surprise there that Miamisburg able to get a first-round win.
And again, that game coming from Division II, Region 8, and so Miamisburg going to play the winner of Cincinnati, Anderson, and Troy. Troy coming in 9-1. Again, we're processing everything as we can to come up with as many scores as possible. And so the things that we do know, Division I, Region 1 is set up with Solon advancing to take on Cleveland St. Ignatius. Lakewood St. Ed's has advanced to battle Stowe, who just took care of Canton McKinley, and many of you in our Time Warner Cable Sports Channel audience were able to watch that one as well. We know that Toledo Whitmer is well on its way to defeating, or are
not
they?
quite.
No?
We had a tie game at one point, 31-31. So we'll see how that one plays out.
Okay. I jumped the gun a little bit there on the Bees. But they were behind. It was 31-7, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But Medina's never out of a game. With that offense and those triplets, you talk about Whitaker at quarterback, if he's still the quarterback, or maybe it's going to be Montgomery, whoever it was that they went to tonight. Of course, you've got Jimmy Daw, and then you've got Dylan Foltz. So when you have that trio, offensively, you can put up points in a hurry, and you can come from behind in a way that maybe other teams aren't as equipped to come from behind.
All right. One of the unbeaten teams remaining in Ohio high school football is the Chardon Hilltoppers. They are in Division II, Region 5. They were the #1 seed and took on 8-seeded Bedford tonight and did come away with a victory, 56-6. And right now we are joined by the head coach of the Hilltoppers, Coach Hewitt, and welcome to Friday Night Huddle again.
I was talking to Coach Williams just about this wing tee that he had to face against you guys. It's so confusing. What did you guys do so well just to get to 11-0 at this point now?
We got a great group of seniors. We got a high level of character. We got kids that work really, really hard, and they practice like dogs Monday through Thursday. So, they're just an easy group to trust, and it's great to see them have success.
Again, that's Mitch Hewitt, the head coach of the Chardon Hilltoppers, a big 56-6 victory over Bedford. Sean Williams is the head coach of the Bedford Bearcats, and we do have some comments from Coach Williams as well.
Coach, what do you tell you guys after a game like this where you guys had to kind of play from behind early?
I just told them, continue to love and respect each other because that's how we got here. That's how we got to this point. And to really take a look at all of the guys who came back from college to watch them play in this playoff game and look what they're doing for a community and look what they're doing for each other. I mean, we come out here, we play for each other and with each other, and that's what it's all about. Just keep respecting each other, and this is a program, we're on the rise, and we're building, so that's all I told them. Just keep grinding, keep working.
Sean Williams, the head coach of the Bedford Bearcats, defeated by Chardon tonight, 56-6. Again, that game in Division II, Region 5. And before we get back to Chardon, Coach Williams has a program that, again, within the last 2-3 years, I mean, they were winning playoff games and going deeper into the postseason. This year, both of you had talked about it before the games tonight. They were turning the ball over quite a bit, but I mean, he's producing Division I college football players out of that, a public school program in Bedford. But thoughts on Coach Williams and where he does go after a less than stellar season by his standards and then a lopsided loss to get knocked out of the playoffs early against Chardon?
Well, he mentioned it, just, told his guys, look at the guys that came back to watch you play, right? Yeah. How important that is. Again, we talk about programs so much here, and a disappointing end to their season, but they got to the playoffs. They got that extra week of practice, had some turnover problems and ended up costing them. And they lost to one of the best teams, if not the best team in Division II in Chardon. They're going to have a say in who wins the state championship at some point down the road here, whether it's them or someone else. So I don't think there's any shame in losing to a team like Chardon.
And I think he's keeping the right perspective, too, because Bedford's a team that started off 6-0, and then they lost 4 of their last 5 games, including tonight in the postseason. But he basically said, think about the big picture. Think about all those things that Dan just mentioned. Continue to hang with your brothers. The season did not end the way that Bedford wanted it to end. There's no doubt about that. But getting to the playoffs, getting that postseason experience, that kind of thing can be good. And he mentioned we're building. Chardon is a team that is 11-0. They've already been built. There are other teams in Division II that are built. Bedford is still building and starting 6-0. They weren't able to finish that off, but they still made it to the postseason. And
I did misspeak. Chardon and Bedford, that was a 2 versus 7 matchup. Chardon will now move on to take on the winner of Warren Harding and Brecksville Broadview Heights, which was the 3 versus 6 game. And last check, Warren Harding was way ahead in that one. Did that hold up to be the case? You guys check on that.
We'll check that out.
We're going to go to Avon, where Avon and Avon Lake, a 1 versus 8, even though they're rivals, was coming down to the end. And let's check in. I believe Avon had the ball in the closing moments. And let's see here. Rolling right. Avon looking to pass, and it is intercepted in the end zone by Andrew Buttry for Avon Lake, and they hang on to pull off the upset, 27-26. Wow.
Southwestern Conference getting all kinds of shaken up tonight.
So Avon, again, 10-0. To add a little bit of perspective here for many of you that have just been joining us, the Avon and Avon Lake are literally contiguous in northeastern Ohio. The communities are right next to one another. And in the last 4 meetings, Avon had won all 4 and had outscored Avon Lake 147-31, including a 31-7 victory earlier this year. So to have this result, 27-26, Avon Lake comes up with, at least from what we've seen, by far the biggest upset of the night.
Yeah.
Thoughts on how that transpired, why it transpired, and now how far can Avon Lake go? Because 10 minutes ago we were talking about, well, Avon, again, it'd be great to see Avon play Chardon or have Avon play Aurora, and now they're out. It's Avon Lake.
Yeah, the big matchup everybody was waiting for was Avon and Midview, and neither of those teams are in the playoffs anymore.
How about that?
So Midview goes down 31-28. Avon goes down. The Southwest Conference just shakes itself up in the postseason.
That was my first
That's what
thought.
it's all about, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's what the playoffs are all about.
Well, welcome back to the playoffs, Avon Lake. Resounding fashion coming back to the playoffs. First playoff appearance since 2013, and you knock off Avon, a team that a lot of people thought had a realistic chance to win Division II, win a state championship. So huge win for Avon Lake, and I think it validates the shift that they've made in terms of identity and philosophy. They used to be a running team. They used to be ground and pound. Now they've spread it out, and they put it in the hands of the quarterback, Mark Pappas. And obviously you do have to have a quarterback that you trust in, you believe in, that you can put the ball in the hands of. But to score 27 points against Avon, huge. To keep them under 30 points, huge. So if you're asking the question, how far can Avon Lake go? They just beat the presumptive favorite to win the Division II state championship, or one of the favorites to win the Division II state championship. So I would say sky is the limit. It's cliche, but hello, you just beat Avon, so I think it's right.
And they're playing the winner of the 4 versus 5 matchup, Glenville against White House Anthony Wayne. The last score that we had there, it was 21-0 Anthony Wayne. Is that still pretty close
I'm not
to
sure
being
about
the
that
case?
one, but you wanted the update of the Warren Harding-Brecksville game. Brecksville has stormed back 49-41, Warren Harding on top.
That's their offense.
And actually, a tweet just came through, 56-41 Warren Harding. They just scored on an 8-yard run.
But what have you two been saying all night? It's Brecksville's offense that's going to beat you. And once that offense came to life, then they've been able to pull back into the game. All right, one of the other closely contested games tonight, Hudson hosting Copley. Let's take a look there. Copley had built a 10-point lead. And again, Hudson's field goal kicker appears to be out, so that could be an issue, but they have the ball here on the 19-yard line and come away with a pass to the 1-yard line, and it's in for the Hudson touchdown. And so the Explorers creep a little bit closer. It's 25-22, fourth quarter in that one.
They're just a comeback team. They don't seem to ever be rattled by the moment. They don't ever seem to be rattled by the score. There's a team that came back against Stowe to beat Stowe. So being down is something that they are used to, and they always, no matter what the score is, they can draw back on previous experience against Stowe, and Hudson looks like trying to do it again.
And you don't play football at Hudson to lose in the first round.
No.
I mean, that's not what that program is.
You don't want to be going down to the market and then somebody saying to you, hey, man, you were the one that lost in the first round. That doesn't happen around here when we go to the market.
It's tough at the markets in Hudson.
That was from 2 weeks ago? Or that was when Dave Bacon was in this chair?
Yeah, that's right.
Division II, Region 6. We had just talked about it. Avon Lake beating Avon. Anthony Wayne was ahead of Glenville, so that's one probable matchup. You guys have said that Olmsted Falls has now taken care of Midview, so Midview is out. It was still Holland Springfield leading Westlake.
Yeah, I believe so. Last I saw.
That's the last update that we had.
And that Glenville game is final. Glenville has lost.
Okay, so Anthony Wayne versus Avon Lake, a 4 versus 8 next week. And then you're going to have Olmsted Falls and presumably Holland Springfield, who, again, until tonight, has not ever won a playoff game, but they're 10-0 this year. Whether they're 10-0 or not, what does it say about Olmsted Falls' chances, given that they have just knocked off a very good Midview team that's been a perennial and experienced playoff team?
I'm going to say the same thing that I said about Avon Lake. They just beat Midview. They just beat one of the best quarterbacks in Northeast Ohio. They just beat a guy who's on his way to Kent State. They just beat a guy in Dustin Crum who has the all-time passing touchdown record in Midview history. So when you have that, you've played a tough schedule, you come out of the SWC, so you know you're battle-tested, and you have a powerful running back in Spencer Linville who is very, very important, especially this time of year where the weather can get crazy, you're going to have a chance.
And I think the key is, you just pulled these big upsets. So now you got to focus on the next week. You can't
refocus.
You can't sit around and think, boy, that was awesome. We upset Midview. We upset Avon. No, you got to move on to that next week now. You can't dwell on this. As great as it was, celebrate it tonight.
Yeah.
Get ready for the next game tomorrow.
And to finish off the Avon Lake game, and I hate to do this, I do, but boy, you just feel so bad for that quarterback from Avon because it looked like on that video that we had that Avon was in scoring position, field goal range. I don't know the status of their kicker. I don't know their kicking game well enough to know, but that's just a throw that quarterback is going to want to have back, and he's going to be thinking about it tonight. He's probably going to be thinking about it tomorrow, and you just hate to have the season end that kind of way.
Well, and the other thing I guess that we don't exactly know is how much time was left, as far as if you go ahead and kick, does that give Avon Lake 2 minutes to get back down the field, and that changes things. You mentioned, Dan, regrouping and thinking about things. We're going to do that. We're going to step aside for a minute. This is Friday Night Huddle. Dave Skozin with Dan Lobby and Chris Fedor. Plenty more updates to come. We're with you all the way until 11 o'clock. Remember, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, the home of the OHSAA playoffs and championships.
Before I decided to go back to Tri-C to become a nurse, I was a stay-at-home mom. Absolutely wanted to be a pediatric nurse. I love taking care of kids. If you're thinking about changing your career or changing your path, go to Cuyahoga Community College. I feel like I'm in a great place in my life. I have 3 great kids. I have a great job that I love. I could not have done it without Tri-C. My name's Diana Geary. I earned my nursing degree from Cuyahoga Community College.
Just as athletes need proper sleep for optimum performance, so do fans. To be your best, you need your rest on a properly fitted mattress from Mattress Warehouse. A good night's sleep on the right mattress prepares you for whatever the day throws at you. Visit Mattress Warehouse for a custom sleep assessment, and we'll help you find the right mattress for a great night's sleep and a productive day. Sleep like a champion, play like a champion with the perfect mattress from Mattress Warehouse.
Wednesday nights, more sports and Les Levine is live at 6. Then at 7, Access Crew SC. And at 7:30, High School Blitz Preview. It all starts Wednesday night at 6. Follow us on social media at TWC Sports OH. Across town and across the region, this is where fans belong. Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
The Emmy Award-winning High School Sports Insider features Ohio's best high school sports stories. For 17 years, the High School Sports Insider has been spotlighting role model students, outstanding athletes, and the Buckeye State's best teams. In-depth features from all sports, all school year long. For the best high school sports coverage, make sure you tune into the High School Sports Insider each and every week on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
As World Heavyweight Champion, Clevelander, and spokesman for Nature Stone, we'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the award, the floor.
Oh, it's Nature Stone.
Installed over concrete, Nature Stone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, Classic Teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action. Get updates as they happen. On cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle.
Every week, from the locker room to the pitch and everywhere in between, Access Crew SC is your ultimate inside look at the black and gold. Join Marissa Contepelli, Dwight Burgess, and Neil Sika for unmatched coverage, in-depth analysis, and exclusive talks with the players and coaches. This is your club. This is your Access. Access Crew SC, Wednesdays at 7 on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
That was the Cuyahoga Heights Marching Band. The Redskins victorious tonight over Jeromesville Hillsdale, and Krista DeFini, our student correspondent from Independence High School, going just a few miles up the road to Cuyahoga Heights to provide us with plenty of that footage tonight. Let's take a trip around to some of the games that are final and check in with some of the people that helped make those games happen. On the positive outcome side, we'll start with Solon. Once again, top seed in Division I, Region 1. They came up with a 39-10 victory over Canton Glen Oak tonight, and their head coach, Jim McQuaid, was able to spend some time with us after the game.
All right, Coach McQuaid, take us through that second half. Your team settled down and was able to pull away with the victory.
Well, our defense is in charge of our team, and they kept us in the game in the first half, and then they took over in the second half. So they did a really good job, and they've done that all season long.
Now, what adjustments were you able to make from the first half to the second half?
Well, we needed to do a better job running the football, which we did, and not get so nervous with their running game and then force them to throw. And when we did that, our guys made some big plays.
Now, offensively, you were able to find different ways to move the ball down the field, different type of plays. You know, what really helped get the offense going?
Well, when we can run the ball, then that opens up our passing game, and we're a little more balanced. So we got to keep working on that.
And then, Coach, obviously, this is just step one to the road to Columbus. What do you need to do from here on out?
Well, we're going to enjoy tonight because we always enjoy winning and appreciate it, and we'll go back to work tomorrow. A lot of things we can work on and improve on, and each week the test gets tougher.
All right, thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
That was Jeff Sabo spending some time there with Coach Jim McQuaid of the Solon Comets after their 39-10 victory over Glen Oak tonight to advance in the first round of the OHSAA playoffs. Thomas Wilkes with 3 rushing touchdowns for Solon. Also a contributor, wide receiver Daryl Sinclair, and Jeff Sabo had a chance to catch up with Daryl Sinclair as well.
Take us through that second half. Offensively, your team started to move the ball down the field. What really helped you guys in the second half?
Coaches got in us in the locker room. I mean, we knew we could do it, but we just came out the first half playing lazy. We had a lot to prove.
Okay, and then also, you know, in that second half, you had an interception, one of the many interceptions. You know, take us through that interception and how you were able to pull that one down.
Well, I saw him taking a wide split, so I knew it had to be an inside route. And I just trusted the coaches and what they taught me and all the technique that they gave me. And I just used it. I put it all together.
And then they say that November football is considered to be some of the best, you know, in Northeast Ohio. You know, do you feel more excitement, any pressure? How do you feel right now?
I mean, with this team, I don't ever feel pressure. I know that they got me and I got them, so it's just fun to play out here.
All right. Anything else going into next week? You feeling nervous?
We're ready. No, we're ready.
All right. Thanks, Daryl.
Once again, Daryl Sinclair, the wide receiver for the victorious Solon Comets tonight, 49-10, spending some time after the game with Jeff Sabo. Chris Fedor to my right here, you chuckled a little when you heard Daryl Sinclair say, well, we really didn't, something, I'm paraphrasing, but we didn't really try that hard in the first half. I mean, they were up 21-10 over Glen Oak at halftime. I just want to get your thoughts on his comments.
Well, he said they were lazy in the first half.
Lazy was the word.
And that can work against a team like Glen Oak, but they can't be lazy in the first half against St. Ignatius, because if they're lazy in the first half against St. Ignatius is winning that matchup. That's just what it comes down to, even though Solon is the number 1 seed and St. Ignatius is the number 4 seed, because St. Ignatius has given up just 8 points per game. So they're going to have to be ready to play from the very beginning. And head coach Jim McQuaid has talked about, we have to be ready, we have to be ready, we have to be ready from the very beginning. We can't wait to the second quarter, we can't wait to the third quarter. And he has a reason why, because once you go on further and further in November, those bad habits are going to come up and bite you.
And a team like St. Ignatius is so good that they'll expose them.
Absolutely.
And they'll expose them very early in the game.
And you mentioned St. Ignatius. They were winners tonight by a score of 35-0 over Massillon Jackson. And Bill Mayville was there. He had a chance to catch up with St. Ignatius head coach Chuck Kyle after their victory tonight.
You guys got out to an early lead. Seemed like the offense had a little bit trouble getting their footing in the first quarter, and then after that really picked up the pace.
Right, yeah, the first series we were sloppy a little bit, just from penalties and things like that. But then the next time we got it, I think we got the 7 then, and then I think the kids were getting a good feel for when they were slanting, when they were shifting. They were stemming a little bit, and then they got a better feel for it, and that helped. Then we started to get the seams on the running, and then that sets up the passing. You know.
The play of the defense. So the first drive, Jackson walks down the field a little bit. You guys pick up the pass, and from there on, I don't think they had another first down the remainder of the first half.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the stats, but yeah, I think that as much as you try to imitate in practice, they came out and the quarterback and the receiver combination, they're good. Those balls were there. I mean, I have to give the credit. So the kids realize, hey, we have to close that coverage up a little bit and try to get a little more heat on the quarterback, throw his rhythm off a little bit. So that pick was nice. That was, and the offense got back out there, and then we kind of settled down and got it going.
Seemed like you guys sent a lot of blitzes to try to get some disruption in the backfield.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's just again watching the quarterback receiver combination they made some nice catches, some beauties. We had to kind of disrupt that rhythm, and that's what blitzing can do. And you want to mix it up a little bit, and sometimes you bluff it and go out, and I think we did that too. So, I thought once we got a good feel for what we could do, we were getting the offense the ball in good field position, and that led to the halftime score.
The overall play of your offensive line, it seemed like you guys really wore them down, especially in the second half.
Right. That's a veteran group, and with our offense, we trust what they can do, and when they come over the sidelines.
Living legend in Chuck Kyle, the head coach at Cleveland St. Ignatius, their 35-0 win over Massillon Jackson tonight. He was visiting there with Bill Mayville. I'll ask our panel here in a minute about Chuck Kyle and the Wildcats going forward, but Bill also had a chance to catch up with Mark Badinsky, who is a running back for St. Ignatius.
So you guys started a little bit slow today. It took you a couple drives to kind of get your feet under you, but once you did, you guys seemed to move the ball up and down the field. What was the adjustments from the first drive to the second and third?
They sent a couple blitzes. We talked about it. We fixed everything on the line. We communicated. I think the biggest part was our communication. We really started to communicate as the game went on. We were able to fix things, adjustments. This team adjusts really well. The coaches, they did a great job. I mean, they do every week, but they did a great job of adjusting. And we really started to pick up once it went because of what the coaches were telling us.
The second quarter, you guys were up 7-0. You guys had the ball 4th and 2 down at the 10. They stopped you guys, turnover on downs. You guys get the ball right back and march down and score in your next 3 possessions. Was there any talk on the sidelines, any changes that you guys made from that possession to the next one?
No, it was a great play by them. They blitzed the right gaps, but we wanted to stay positive. We didn't want to get down on ourselves. We knew we were driving. We just want to stay positive and keep our momentum going. So
you guys are up 28-0 at the half. You got the ball to start the second half. What's the talk in the locker room about putting the game away?
We just got to finish. We can't think the game's over. Got to keep focused, tunnel vision, and we just got to focus on the end result and getting the win and moving on to next week. So
how important was it to start out with such a big win in the first week?
It's huge. We the past 3 games, even the whole season, our goal was to get to the playoffs, and we're here now. And hopefully, it carried over tonight. Hopefully, everything just carries over from here on out. So,
finally, personally, 3 touchdowns tonight. Talk about the offensive line's play and what they were able to do for you.
Unbelievable. I say it every week. Those guys are unbelievable. I trust them with everything. We communicate on the sidelines. We talk and we get after it. And I think our biggest thing is we're aggressive. We're aggressive when we're big, and that's what we work towards. And we really work at it all week, and we're able to do really what we want to do. So.
It's Mark Babinski, a wide receiver for Cleveland St. Ignatius, as they defeated Massillon Jackson tonight 35-0. Mark spending some time with Bill Mayville. I'm Dave Skozen. Immediately to my right is Chris Fedor, who would like to get some of those contact lenses that Mark Babinski
you're burying the lead here, Dave.
It was some great video shot by Bill Mayville. He is on the phone right now. We also have Dan Lobby all the way to my far right here on Friday Night Huddle. We'd like to welcome everyone watching on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, which is the home of the OHSAA playoffs and championships. Bill,
did he not take his freaky contacts out after Halloween or something? What was that? No, what was that?
We can give Bill a hard time about the pink eyes. I thought it was fantastic. I don't know. But Bill, let's talk first about the game. St. Ignatius, a dominating performance over a Jackson team that frankly had not been in the playoffs for a long time, maybe some inexperience there, but tell us what you saw tonight.
Yeah, I think the inexperience was part of it. Jackson has a lot of star or skill players who play both ways. A couple of their guys in the offensive line, I think, also go both ways, and they got worn down. Ignatius is big and strong and fast, and they've got guys who play one way only. And by the end of the game, they were fatigued. But the game was really over by halftime. Ignatius exploded in the second quarter, 3 touchdowns in the last 6 minutes of the second quarter, and really put the game out of reach. It was actually, as Coach Kyle was talking about, they really had to just clean up a couple things on their first drive, and once they did, they were able to move the ball down the field, pretty much do whatever they wanted to do from possession to possession.
Bill, senior running back Jimmy Andrews hurt his arm in Week 9. So is the backfield now Mark Babinski's? Is that the way that they're going moving forward?
He got the bulk of the carries tonight. Dean Stowers also got a few carries, and he showed that he's dynamic. He exploded through the Jackson defense for a 59-yard run in the fourth quarter. So he can accelerate pretty quickly and find the hole. So between the two of them, I think the plan is going to be Babinski's going to get the bulk of the stuff, but don't be afraid to mix in Stowers for that change of pace and really bring that flash of speed onto the field.
Bill, Region 1 now is down to St. Ignatius Solon, St. Edward Stowe. We've kind of talked about it. We all kind of think St. Ignatius might be the best team in that region. Do you think St. Ignatius is the best team?
From what I saw tonight, I'd be hard pressed to pick anybody else. Solon obviously played well tonight in beating Glen Oak. All the talk has been about Coleraine, about being the number one team in the bracket, but honestly, the way St. Ignatius has played the last couple weeks with beating St. Edwards last week and the way they pretty much dismantled Jackson tonight, I'd be hard picked to pick somebody else at this point.
5 shutouts for St. Ignatius' defense. This is a defense that came into tonight allowing just 8 points per game. They gave up 5 first downs through 3 quarters to St. Ed's in the rivalry game last weekend. What is it about St. Ignatius' defense, Bill, that makes the Wildcats so much better this year than they were last year?
Yeah, at one point I said to the guy sitting next to me in the box that it looked like they had 13 guys on the field. It seemed like they read everything perfectly, and when they closed fast. There was a play in the third quarter that they were sending a blitz, and Jackson dialed up, a perfect screen at the perfect time, and they still snuffed it out for a 2-yard gain, and that was it. And it seemed like there were 4 guys around him. So I don't know if they had 13 guys on the field or if they're just that fast, but it was impressive to see how fast they rallied to the ball, and they were in the backfield on almost every play. So their defensive line really disrupts everything, and their linebackers are really, really good.
Bill, we talk fairly often, or at least we have tonight, about the Federal League, Stark County football, Canton and Massillon. Obviously, there's plenty of history there with McKinley winning state championships in the past, Massillon Perry getting to the state championship game last year, but Jackson an up-and-comer of sorts. Did you see anything with them to build on for the future that they can work their way up out of that jumble of teams in the Federal League that made the playoffs tonight and put something together in future years?
Yeah, the quarterback Jared Pilata is really good. St. Ignatius just kind of harassed him into some bad throws. They're going to lose Dylan Dingler, one of their wide receivers who also plays baseball, and he was just phenomenal tonight. He made several highlight reel catches that just had us in the press box just kind of shaking our head about how he came down with that ball. So they've got some talent at some different positions there. I think at this point it's just a matter of just kind of using that foundation and building and moving forward a little bit. The Federal League is tough. The Federal Conference is tough. I think they put 5 of their 7 teams in the playoffs this year. So it's a tough division and tough conference to come out of, and if you can make the playoffs out of that, that's really a mark. So.
All right, Bill Mayville, who again witnessed St. Ignatius over Massillon Jackson tonight, 35-0 in that Division I, Region I matchup. The biggest upset, at least from what we've been able to agree upon so far tonight, was in Division II, Region 6. Avon Lake with a narrow 27-26 victory over top-seeded Avon, who had not lost all season until tonight. The two schools are geographically right next to each other. arch rivals, except this senior class had not beaten Avon and had not even gotten close to it, but the win was preserved at the very last waning moments on an interception by Andrew Botry, and Matt Gould spent some time with him after the game tonight.
And they were running down here. We figured they were trying to run out the clock, but you just always got to have that in the back of the mind, the play that they got us beat on the first time. So I saw the tight end release, and then I just followed him, and I jumped the route, and I just caught the ball.
Were you surprised to see the ball in the air?
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
I thought they were gonna kick a field goal. I mean, their kicker's great. He was kicking 40-yarders, so I was actually shocked that they went for it, but I guess it worked out all right.
Okay, I mean, Avon Lake, Avon. I mean, forget about mid-use guys. This is the one you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you feeling right now?
I mean, they beat us bad for the past 5-6 years. And our coaches were saying all week, this is the group that's going to turn it around. And at the end, I mean, we just kept fighting and fighting. They went up on us, but our boys never gave up. And this is awesome. Right. We're moving on.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
All right, that was Andrew Buttrey, who again came up with the interception in the final moments of Avon Lake's 27-26 victory over Avon, the 8 seed beating the number 1 seed in that matchup. Going back, because we had a few things that ran together there, but Chuck Kyle, the head coach at St. Ignatius, 35. They missed the playoffs last year, so I think some of us sat around and said, what's going on there? But what can you say about Coach Kyle and just that program in general?
Just always know what you're going to get
from
Coach Kyle and St. Ignatius. As surprising as it was that they missed the playoffs last year, I think it's equally as unsurprising that they're back in the playoffs and back to being one of the best teams in Region 1 and a team that has a shot to win a state championship this season. That's just kind of how Chuck Kyle is. And, man, there's not a guy that I love listening to post-game more than Chuck Kyle, because he's such a great coach. But then you hear him talk after the game, and it just always feels like he's along for the ride. You know that's not the case, but just he's so humble after games, and the way he talks about how the game went, he's just great to listen to.
Well, look, I went to St. Ed's, so I've seen a lot of St. Ignatius teams over the years. I watch every single St. Ed's, St. Ignatius game, and what St. Ignatius did to St. Ed's last week at First Energy Stadium was something that I hadn't seen in a long, long time, and that was the minute that I realized that St. Ignatius could truly be a state title contender. They've got that kind of defense, and you saw it again tonight. I mean, 5 shutouts so far for St. Ignatius this year. They've got the best front 6 because they run the 3-3-5 stack. They've got the best front 6 in Northeast Ohio, and it's hard for me to not start to envision a Coleraine St. Ignatius state championship.
And I think what's interesting about St. Ignatius is how they were not looked upon, and I suppose it is from missing the playoffs last year, but it wasn't like at the beginning of the season everybody thought, oh wow, St. Ignatius, this and that. I mean, it does appear that they did improve as the season went on, which is exactly the type of thing that you want to do. Again, we want to thank you for joining us on cleveland.com and at Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, the home of the OHSAA playoffs and championships. Dave Scozen here, along with Dan Lobby and Chris Fedor. We've got another 15 minutes or so to go. We'll walk you through some of the brackets in different regions, get as many other reports as we can. This is Friday Night Huddle, once again on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Yes, I got you. Can you hear me? Hey guys, can you hear me okay? Oh, great. Excellent. That's a good thing. It's weird, right? Not at the Coliseum. Uh-oh. I got to be on my... No, I know. I just know I got to be on my toes. All right, Mike, are you happy with everything? Can I hop out for a quick second? All right, sounds good. Thanks. They're happy.
Back here on Friday Night Huddle on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, the home of the OHSAA playoffs and championships. Dave Scozen along with Dan Lobby and Chris Fedor, and we've got a couple of additional finals that have come in, games that we have been tracking throughout the evening. One of them, the 4-5 matchup in Division II, Region 5. Hudson hosting Copley, and Hudson trailed throughout most of the second half of this game. And we understand, Dan, they pulled off a 45-yard touchdown play late in the game, the Explorers.
Yeah, won 29-25.
Oh, and here it is.
Here it is from our guy Tim Bielik.
What a pass.
Bucket.
Touchdown
That'll do.
Hudson. And they kicked the extra point, even though their kicker had been taken out of the game. I believe that was still in the first half when that happened. So 29-25. Hudson comes away with the victory over Copley, as you just saw the highlight right there. They are going to take on the, presumably, did we get a final?
Yeah, I believe it's final.
Okay, so Aurora over Barberton and the score?
40-13.
Okay, 40-13. So we have Aurora against Hudson next week. And now that presents an interesting matchup. For a long time, Hudson was in Division I. They're back in Division II. Aurora had been in Division III for a while, and those two schools are geographically right next to each other. They're in the same league, the suburban league that surrounds Akron, but they're in different divisions, so they don't play each other.
Yeah.
So this, on so many levels, is a really interesting matchup between the Green Men and the Explorers.
Yeah, it's a fun matchup, and it's two teams that no matter who they play, you never count out. You know, Aurora would be the team that if you had to pick somebody, you'd say, okay, Aurora's probably going to win this game. But you never look at Hudson and say they're an easy out. They're going to make that game difficult for Aurora. And you saw it tonight against Copley, a very good football team. They came from behind and they beat the Indians.
And that's the thing. Hudson is a team that is comfortable coming from behind. Hudson is a team that is not rattled by the score or the moment or anything along those lines. And that's the kind of team that can be very, very dangerous in any kind of playoff setting. And I know I'm crossing over sports here, but I remember last year the Cavs went through a bunch of stuff at the beginning of the season that hardened them and made them prepared to rally from 3-1 down against the Golden State Warriors. Hudson has gone through a lot of stuff this year that allows them to be comfortable in a situation where they're down 23-13 in the playoffs against Copley. They have experience that they can draw back on, and it's been very, very helpful for them.
Bob Mahalik, the coach of the Aurora Greenmen, they've been in the playoffs 12 years in a row, so I would assume that he knows what he's doing. But their only loss of the season was Week 1 against Solon, who obviously is the number 1 seed in Division I, Region 1, and they have already advanced tonight. Is there anything he could do to combat that? As you said, Hudson is galvanized. Aurora may not have had the trials and tribulations, because you go back and look at their scores. I mean, it's not as if they've been tested that much since that Solon game. I mean, even if you are an experienced coach, an experienced team, a successful program, what can you do to emulate that or get ready for a team like Hudson that could be ready for anything?
Well, I think there's two things. One, a coach like Bob Mahalik is going to be able to look at any game film and find something to harp on with his guys, something to work on. But the other thing is just remind them who they are. Make sure they remember as the game goes on, as the week goes on, who they are. Okay, maybe they haven't been tested, but there's a reason for that because they're a really good football team that knows how to win, knows how to score points, knows how to run the ball, knows how to play defense. Just remember who you are. Don't look at Hudson and be intimidated by who they are. Be who you are. You're Aurora. You're really good.
And I think Aurora's response after losing against Solon in week 1 is telling. It tells you who they are. It tells you what kind of kids they have. After losing against Solon and only scoring 6 points, they weren't held after that under 36. After losing against Solon, they won by an average of 29. They beat Euclid. They beat Highland. They beat Copley. And tonight, in the postseason, they beat Barberton. So if you want to know about Aurora, just look at how they bounce back after 1 loss.
All right, you mentioned Solon. I'm hearing murmurs we may have Jeff Sabo from Solon Educational Television either on the phone or in some sort of recorded form. If Jeff Sabo is available, we'd love to talk with him.
Good evening, gentlemen.
There he is, Jeff Sabo, and I'm looking for the headshot with your hat. I've become a huge fan in the very early going of hosting this show, Jeff.
Oh, it's the hat is always a conversation starter. It's I know my coworkers typically joke that I either stole it from Indiana Jones or Crocodile Dundee. So I'll let you guys pick and choose who I stole it from.
Jeff, when you look at Solon tonight, you mentioned it in your interview with Daryl Sinclair, and he said they kind of played lazy in the first half. What did he mean by that?
Well, it really seemed like that Solon had a tough time getting things going early on offensively. They didn't really kind of come out firing offensively like they did, they couldn't get the running game going. They had a couple of good pass plays, but they ended up punting the ball. And then over on defense, it seemed like that they really couldn't contain the run, and Glen Oak was able to move the ball down the field. They ended up getting that one receiving touchdown over to Abe Billings. And then they even got inside the red zone, which set up for that Dean Saris field goal. So on both sides of the football, Solon just almost kind of played that first half like they had already won the game. And it was really just kind of like a Jekyll and a Hyde type of situation. They were a totally different team once that second half started.
What was it that got them to be a different team in the second half? Was there something that sparked that, Jeff?
Well, first off, Tate Rhodes, the quarterback for the Glen Oak Golden Eagles, he threw 5 interceptions in that second half. Once he started to panic, he started to throw it down the field, and then he was picked off multiple times. Matt Brown, who's the leading tackler on this Solon team, he had an interception. Daryl Sinclair, he actually had an interception. Taj Ward had an interception, and Andrew Mason, who's normally a backup running back for the Comets, he actually took a 76-yard interception into the end zone late in the game. So it was the defense that really kind of helped spark this Comets team in the second half. And then offensively, the offensive line was able to give Joe Bubonics enough protection to complete a couple of passing plays. Thomas Wilkes was quiet at certain points during the second half, however. Once they were able to get inside the red zone, he was able to score a 10-yard touchdown and then also a 3-yard touchdown. So the offensive line was able to give him the blocking that he needed at certain times to get into the end zone and help increase Solon's lead.
Hey, Jeff, question about kind of the first half. We saw as we were watching the score, Solon scoring in 6s, not 7s. Were they just being aggressive going for 2, or were they having trouble in the kicking game?
Actually, that's something that they do quite often. Typically what they do is that they set it up as if they're going to go for 2, and then they like to try and see if they get a certain look or see if they can maybe catch the defense off guard. It's been something that they've been doing since week 1, and they tried going to Jake McCurry a couple of times, and it just didn't really, and they just couldn't get in for the 2-point conversion. So it was just kind of a normal thing that Solon does in their game plan. They always set up like they're going to go for 2, and then if they don't like the look they get, they just have Andy Bake come in and kick the field goal.
All right, Jeff Sabo, we appreciate it. Again, Solon a winner tonight, 39-10 over Canton Glen Oak to advance through the first round of the playoffs and set up a meeting with Cleveland St. Ignatius. We have a bracket, I believe,
All
that
right.
we can
Very
look
nice.
at. I think we do. We've been talking about it quite a bit tonight. Again, Solon, St. Ignatius, St. Ed's is going to be taking on Stowe next week. An intriguing matchup. And here is the layout of the way things shook out. Should I go back to you and ask about the Federal League?
No, that's
I had
okay.
already asked about
You're
that.
resigning as
Gleno,
commissioner.
I've
Gleno,
resigned as
Jackson,
commissioner
McKinley, all
tonight.
going down. But in fairness, I mean, if you look there, they were all 3 and 4 loss teams and playing very good competition. And so as a whole, they might be one of the most balanced leagues. Again, we're talking about the Federal League in Stark County surrounding Canton and Massillon. But yeah, it just hadn't worked out for them tonight. So now that you're down to this Final Four, who is the favorite?
I mean, you look at it, and sometimes the seedings are wrong. In this case, the best 4 teams advanced tonight.
Right.
And I think we've talked about St. Ignatius probably being the favorite right now. But, I look at these matchups. Anybody could win next week. Solon could give St. Ignatius problems.
Right.
Stowe could give St. Edward problems. So I think we have 2 very interesting regional semifinals next week.
I agree with that. I think there is a strong likelihood of a rematch of the Holy War, but I think St. Ignatius, despite being the 4 seed, which is still just puzzling, but I understand why it was. I think St. Ignatius is the best, most complete team. I think it's going to be a fun, very close game against Solon, and the thing that Solon has is this is playoff appearance number 21, 22, I believe. So they're just not going to be intimidated by St. Ignatius the way that other teams are.
All right, moving on to Division I, Region 2, Medina did come from behind and win in Toledo over Whitmer. And they will take on Olentangy Liberty, who is still undefeated on the season. Lorraine advances over Lewis Center Olentangy. And again, we're calling this the all Olentangy bracket. Keith Jackson would be very proud of that. Dublin Jerome moving past Finley tonight. Observations on Medina advancing and again digging out of that hole that we saw on the scoreboard. So
I mean, 2 great stories in Northeast Ohio. Medina and Lorraine, both still alive next week, going to week 12.
Medina had not been in the playoffs since 2010. Lorraine only in for the 2nd time since they combined schools a while ago. Division I, Region 3, Huber Heights Wayne defending D1 state runner-up. They'll take on Dublin Kaufman next week, and a couple of Pickerington schools. Pickerington North pulling off the upset over Hilliard Bradley tonight.
Pick North isn't one of those teams where you look at their record and say, okay, that's who they are. They're 7-3, but they lost to 11-0 Olentangy Liberty. They lost to 10-1 Pick Central. They lost to Lancaster. So it's a very formidable 7 seed. I can't imagine Hilliard Bradley was too thrilled about having to face Pick North in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's funny how those seedings, I mean, we've seen,
just
especially when
way.
Division I was 1 through 16, wasn't St. Ignatius a 14 seed or something along those lines one year, and they say, hey, we're the 3 seed, and we get St. Ignatius right away.
Yeah.
Congratulations. All right, so to recap, Division I, Region 1 holds to form. We had just seen it and broken down that bracket. Biggest upset of the night, still Avon Lake over Avon, the 8 seed, beating an unbeaten Eagles team who they had not beaten in 5 years.
Yeah, again, great story. Avon Lake, congratulations to them. You feel for the kids and the coaching staff at Avon, but boy, what a great night for Avon Lake and their fans.
And I think we all have to apologize to Cincinnati LaSalle too, by the way, because we've been talking about these great teams from Division II and we left them out.
He's Dan Lobby. He's Chris Fedor. I'm Dave Scozen. It's been a pleasure. This has been Friday Night Huddle. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next week.